Yeah, those are the provisional results from Kampala here for both presidential and parliamentary elections. Of course, you'll be getting more of these results as and when they come in. UBC will be here to deliver these results to you. Gentlemen, we have heard from what is happening in across the country. Specifically, we have heard from the central, and then of course we're still in the central. Now something is striking, and one wonders what happens, because normally after these results sometimes you hear one saying, I was rigged, I was cheated, I was... Talk about this 000. What is happening? That someone is not able to have all the agents that you sent to a polling station are not voting for you? What's the problem, Dean? At least for you who are the stations.
Yes.
One vivid evidence is that at those particular polling stations, the candidates in question probably didn't have agents. And that pushes us to the drawing board. With all due respect to the people who stood for those particular positions for presidency, do they merit to be in those positions, or the law should be revised? Because if you're to stand for presidency, before you're nominated by the EC body, you're supposed to gather signatures.
Yes.
From 2/3.
From 2/3 of the country. But is that good enough? If we are to borrow a leaf from other countries like the US, we were chatting here, and my brother here, Dr. Big Sam, was telling me to stand as the US president or candidate, you should be worth something. Yes. So it is evident that the logistics were not enough. Because if you're to have an agent at all in every polling station, that means you have to pay him or her a bare minimum of at least 50,000 shillings a day to make sure that he or she receives the DR form, he or she takes note of the situation at the polling station.
Sure.
So in that, there should be gaps. There are gaps that need to be addressed in the future, not now. And I don't want to discredit what we have. Like I said in the beginning, we have traveled a journey, and our journey is so far so good. But like you would compare that you have a man who is living hungry and another who is not hungry but has not yet fulfilled a balanced diet.
So you are both.
We at a level that we still need to fill those dots so that we acquire a full balanced diet in as far as democracy, or in as far as picking candidates for the big post, that is the presidential post, is concerned.
Besides the 20 million that these presidential candidates pay, wouldn't it be prudent that maybe they also declare more sum of the money that will be able to fund their campaigns? If, I mean, we are looking at this issue in a way that to be a presidential candidate, besides paying the 20 million shillings, which a person can pay anyway, and anyone who can have 20 million then can stand for presidency, don't we maybe think to upgrade the game a bit, that one maybe needs to show proof that you have some money that you can fund your campaign?
I definitely agree with you, because what is the reason of getting someone and they pay 20 million, but they are not worthy of the whole exercise that is going to happen. You understand? And I would not actually pin people for, you know, places that are far away from Kampala. Kampala is a business district. This is where everything happens. This is where we're supposed to show that you are the political head, your ambitions are to rule, and this is your footstep here. Right here in Kampala, the candidates have zero. They have zero. I mean, really, should we say that even the people that they have put there as agents didn't
vote for them?
Because they were declared shits right there.
Exactly.
You know, it's. I think we should borrow from other, you know, states or developed countries and stuff like that, and the way they do it. And I'm not saying that they are better, but they look at the net worth of a particular person who wants to be president. What is your net worth? And this brings us back to where we started from. You know, in the olden days, for you to be Mayumba Kumi oba omusajja w'okukyalo ow'omuluka, you had net worth to lose in that particular. But here, there comes a person who has burnt matafari from somewhere else, and they have gotten their profit, 20 million that they pay, and that is worth for you to run as president. There should be more precautions put in place.
Yeah, because one would accuse us of trying to be elitist, or sometimes trying to think that the poor, because the one reason that we are saying that the poor shouldn't lead, but seriously, a man whose net worth is 20 million has to be a president of a country with the economy in trillions.
Trillions, true.
Relating the two can be problematic, but looking at it, when you have polling stations where you are getting 0-0, it means that even that constituency, you don't have a parliamentary candidate.
That's right.
You don't have a chairman for LC5 candidate.
That's right.
You don't even have an LC3 councillor, because then the councillor or the other person will be able to mobilize something down there. So you then come to realize that maybe then the opposition is becoming a Kampala and some urban center issue, leaving across the other biggest punch across the country empty. And you know, that we can say it is okay, but it looks like it also undermines the democracy, our democratic credentials, because if someone is getting 0-0-0-0, another one is getting 500, one will easily say there's a problem.
There's a problem.
But in actual sense, there's no problem, because you are not there. Then the trick cannot fall on you because you are not there.
You're not there.
So I think, like you are saying, I think in the future something needs to be done. That to be a presidential candidate, this time we had about 200, by the way. If Electoral Commission didn't go down to scrutinize one by one until we came up with this that we had, we would have had 200 men and women on the ballot paper. I know that would have been a booklet for you to read. So to avoid this in the future, but I think, like you are saying, I think there must be more checks and balances to find out who can stand as a presidential candidate in this country, because then we'll also be respecting the position of the president, but also building, you said we're about 100 years, 130 years. But by the time we come to 140, 150 years, something must be done.
Yes.
Back to the story, we were also talking about the issue of technology.
True.
That we're having some of these challenges because of technology. Either we are not well versed with the system to be used, or the system is not also working for us. So what, Dean, you are suggesting something?
No, I just wanted to inform the viewers and James that as you embrace something new, you also embrace some challenges that come with it. The traditional system that has been used for so many years has been upgraded over years.
Over time, yes.
People didn't start with the register, no. People were lining behind their candidates to pick their leaders. So over time, they realized that lining would be tedious. So we needed a ballot box. We needed, instead of counting and people fighting, and also the secrecy of knowing who you should vote.
Yes,
Because that is a right.
Okay, we'll be continuing with that, Dean. We are now going back to Zimbabwe. I'm told that Nina is on standby with more results coming in.
All right, for those still watching us on our social media platforms and Uganda Broadcasting Corporation, we are live from Zimbabwe district, and we are currently at the tally center where the tallying of the votes is taking place. As of now, they have already declared results in 2 constituencies, but they are still having some other polling stations where they are announcing results, and we have witnessed results announced for Rwemiyaga County and Mawogola North. That is for the presidential candidates. But as of now, I am talking to some of the candidates who are in this race, and before me I am having the National Unity Platform flag bearer, woman member of parliament, Zimbabwe district, that is Nina Kankunda. You're welcome, you're live on UBC TV. We want to know from you, how did you find the electoral process, you as a person who is engaging in this specific exercise?
It hasn't been free and fair.
Why do you say so?
Because other constituencies, our people weren't able to exercise the voting, which I really see that it's not free and fair, because voting is for everyone.
When you say it wasn't free and fair and the people did not exercise their duty to vote, what you make it clear to us? We want to understand what are those things that made it hard for people to engage in a free and fair election.
Like in the parts of Rwemiyaga sub-county, there was a lot of intimidation. There was a lot of bribery, bribing people at the electoral polls. It wasn't free and fair. Our agents were chased away from the polling stations. There's no way this could have been a fair elections if we weren't having agents there to pick out DRF reforms. How are you going to announce the results? So it's like in Zimbabwe, they should stop voting. They should tell people to stop voting because it's not fair. It's not fair for everyone. Yes.
I'm going to ask a picture at the polling station where you voted from. What was the situation at that specific area?
Mine?
Yes, where you voted.
It was peaceful. That was Mawogola North, Mavindo, Chinoni A. It was peaceful. I arrived around 10 a.m. and then I exercised my voting around midday. What I found there, we didn't find any electoral items, and the police forces were chasing away people, leaving them with no option than to just forget about voting. So it's so sad for Zimbabwe. Yeah, it's such a sad situation.
Now, there was an issue of the BVVK machines not working. Was it the same case at that specific polling station? And if yes, what alternative was there to support you to vote?
Sorry?
I'm saying there was an issue with the BVVK machines, right? That they failed to work. And there was an alternative to ensure that Ugandans vote. What alternative was there for you that enabled you to participate in that exercise?
The alternative was the register, of course, but then it affected so many people because so many people weren't in that register. Some were despised in different areas. So many people were denied to vote because they weren't in the register, which I think really affected us in so many ways as candidates. But well, what to do? Here we are.
Now you are here. What is your expectation? They are now tallying the votes. What is your expectation? How do you feel now that they are reading out the presidential results? You can hear them out. What do you have to say?
I don't think I really feel okay because I don't agree with what's being read. And I'm just here to wait for my declaration form to see if they tally with what I have so that I step out, because as a candidate, this is what I'm supposed to do.
Why do you disagree with the results? Because they are reading what exactly is written on the forms.
What was that?
Why are you disagreeing with the results, yet they are reading exactly what is in the
What they are
form?
reading and what we are having is totally different. Yes.
Thank you so much for your time. Great. Well, that is the National Unity Platform woman member of parliament who is contesting in Sembabule district. That is Nina Kankunda. That is the update from her. Of course, she has mentioned the issue of the BVVK machines failing to operate. The Electoral Commission chairman came out to speak to that and advised that even if the BVVK machines are not working, the physical registers should be used to enable Ugandans to vote, and that is exactly what has happened today. While she also says that there is a little bit of impunity, and in some areas we witnessed some issues as well, where, for example, in Rwemiyaga, where some voters absconded from voting, alleging that by the time they went to the polling station, the ballot boxes were already filled with ballot papers. And this, I told you earlier on, once I get an opportunity to interview someone with an authoritative point of view, then probably I will be putting this question to them so that they can tell us where the police intimidated the voters and as to whether this has been a smooth process like earlier anticipated. As of now, the returning officer is still reading results from the Maogola North constituency, and we will keep here and give you a little bit of more updates. As of now, let's listen to what the returning officer is reading out to us.
Kasa Playground, Budira 0, Kaswate 0, Chaguranyi 0, Mawili 0, Mujisha 0, Munyaga 0, Nandara 0, Yoweru 7, 174. Playground, Budira Franca 0, Kaswante 0, Chaguranyi 18, Mawili 0, Mujisha 0, Munyagwa 1, Nandara 0, Yowerum 7, 229. Gantama Church of Uganda, Urira 0, Kasavante 0, Chagulanyi 0, Mavirizi 0, Mujisha 0, Munyagwa 0, Nandara Mafavi 0, Yower Kaguta 149. Bugove Primary School, Urira 0, Kasavante 0, Chagulanyi 0, Mavirizi 0, Mujisha Muntu 0, Munyagwa 0, Nandara 0, Yowerum 7, 273. Navitanga Primary School, Urira 0, Kasavante 0, Chagulanyi 0, Mavirizi 0, Mujisha 0, Munyagwa 0, Nandara Mafavi 0, Yowerum 7, 502. Chambogo Primary School, Urira 0, Kasavante 0, Chagulanyi 0, Mavirizi 0, Mujisha 0, Munyagwa 0, Nandara 0, Yowerum 7, 265. Chanja Community Center, Urira 0, Kasavante 0, Chagulanyi 0, Mavirizi 0, Mujisha Muntu 0, Munyagwa 0, Nandara Mafavi 0, Yowerum 7, 586. Kabingo Church of Uganda, Urira 0, Kasavante 0, Chagulanyi 0, Mavirizi 0, Mujisha 0, Munyagwa 0, Nandara 0, Yowerum 7, 309. Charama Primary School. Burira 0, Kasabante 0, Chaguranyi 1, Mabiri 0, Mugisha Muntu 0, Munyagwa 0, Andara 0, Yoweri Museveni 513. Chirama Market, Burira Frank 0, Kasabante 0, Chaguranyi 23, Mabiri 0, Mugisha Muntu 0, Munyagwa 0, Nandara 0, Nandara 1, Yoweri Museveni 252. Kabale Primary School. Burira 0, Kasabante 0, Chaguranyi 0, Mabiri 0, Mugisha Muntu 0, Munyagwa 0, Nandara Mafabi 0, Yoweri Museveni 580. Kasusano Playground. Burira 0, Kasabante 0, Chaguranyi 9, Mabiri 0, Mugisha 0, Munyagwa 0, Nandala 0, Yoweri Museveni 133.
Tamale Idu Waswa 0, Warangirira Abdara 1. York Village East Kololo Primary School A to M, Agaba Muzora 1, David Lewis Rubongo ya 49, Kabanda Minsa Nabengo 42, Karohanga Rina 0, Kasoz Abdwahab 0, Chiwuwa Ronald 0, Kusaba Susan 1, Ruzi Abraham 15, Rwanga Aran 2, Minawa Faruk 0, Muhanji Moses Kapere 6, Mutesa Musini 0, Nakuya Aida 3, Natwera Fiona Destiny 0, Tamale Idu Waswa 0, Warangirira Abdara 0. Mackenzie East Kololo Primary School MUH to Z, Agaba Mzora 1, David Lewis Rubongo ya 78, Kabanda Misa na Bengo 47, Karuhanga Rina 1, Kasozi Abdwahab 0, Chiwuwa Ronald 0, Kusaba Susan 0, Ruzi Abraham 19, Rwanga Aran 2, Minawa Faruk 2, Muhanji Moses Kapere 22, Mutesa Mushin 0, Nakuya Aida 0, Natwera Fiona Destiny 0, Tamale Idu Waswa 0, Warangirira Abdara 0. York Village East Kololo Primary School N to Z, Agaba Muzora 0, David Lewis Rubongo ya 43, Kabanda Misa na Bengo 27, Karuhanga Rina 50, Kasoz Abdwahab 0, Chiwuwa Ronald 0, Kusaba Susan 4, Ruzi Abraham 4, Rwanga Aran 0, Minawa Faruk 2, Muhanji Moses Kapere 10, Mutesa Mushini 0, Nakuya Aida 0, Natwera Fiona 0, Tamale Idi 0, Warangirira Abdara 0. Those are the 5 for directly elected member of parliament and Kololo 1. District Woman Representative to Parliament. Kororo 1, polling station, Baskavi, East Kororo Primary School. Kasiri Evelyn Kent, 3. Marende Shamim, 80. Nachitende Salama Adelaide, 3. Nana Namata Anet Mwafrika Mbarikiwa, 2. Namfuma Shamim, 11. Nantege Christine Zabu, 2. Nanziri Amina Rukanga, 76. Mackenzie East Kororo Primary School 8 MUG. Kasiri Evelyn Kent, 4. Marende Shamim, 86. Nachitende Salama Adelaide, 0. Nana Mwafrika Anet Mbarikiwa, 2. Namfuma Shamim, 6. Nantege Christine Zabu, 0. Nanziri Amina Rukanga, 61. York Village East Kororo Primary School 8M. Kasiri Evelyn Kent, 1. Marende Shamim, 51. Nachitende Salam Adelaide, 0. Nana Namata Anet Mwafrika Mbarikiwa, 5. Namfuma Shamim, 9. Nantege Christine Zabu, 1. Nanziri Amina Rukanga, 51. Mackenzie East Kororo Primary School MUH to Z. Kasiri Evelyn Kent, 0. Marende Shamim, 102. Nachitende Salama Adelaide, 01. Nana Namata Anet Mwafrika Mbarikiwa, 5. Namfuma Shamim, 4. Nantege Christine Zabu, 2. Nanziri Amina Rukanga, 59. York Village East Kororo Primary School N to Z. Kasiri Evelyn Kent, 0. Marende Shamim, 51. Nachitende Salama Adelaide, 0. Nana Namata Anet Mwafrika, 02. Namfuma Shamim, 02. Nantege Christine Zabu, 1. Nanziri Amina Rukanga, 31. Those are the 5 polling stations in Kororo and District Representative to Parliament. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome back from Kololo, and this is the update that we are receiving from Kololo to do with now parliamentary results that just coming in. And we will also be giving updates from other parts of the country where we are getting these results. Now, Ndugu Dean, we were talking about the presidential issues and the technology issues now. So you are saying that we need to, do we need to get back to the traditional, or we have to continue with the technology?
Putting in mind that whatever you embrace will come with its challenges. Today, we've witnessed the first challenge. The first challenge was there was an issue of network. So what is the way forward? You can't put away the technology. that is embedded in the new system that has been put in place by the Electoral Commission. Over time, like we've been discussing, even the traditional system has been improved over time, where we had opaque ballot boxes to transparent ballot boxes.
That's right.
To a register instead of having to line up behind the back of the candidate. All those innovations were there to mitigate or to negate issues or challenges that had been developed on the onset of founding the traditional system. So we are in the digital age, and the digital age dictates that the system should be spread even in our voting system. I'm looking at a future 20 years from now where people will not even be lining up. They'll be sitting at home using an app and voting. But technology comes with challenges.
Sure.
Yeah, the first challenge with anything digital is to have a backup.
Yes.
There should be a backup. If network ABC is not working, do you have XYZ to back up the system?
Sure.
Exactly. So that you begin on time. I'm grateful to the EC boss who, one, predicted that people needed more time to vote since the VVVM had failed, to get operational. So he decided to add the time from 4 to 5. But there are other ways of doing it, and also to allow people to use the traditional method.
Okay.
The traditional, why it was even easy, most people had the EC agents or the EC staff had the register on phone. So they just had to go out to a printer and print out the form, print out the register. So me, I'm not of the view of saying, okay, let's do away with the system. We embrace the system, we learn from the system, and then we are best well equipped come 2031, come 2036.
Okay. Sam?
I love the idea when he says, Dean, when you say that let's embrace the system and learn from the system. Because as much as we are just going into a scientific way of life, it does not automatically do away with our old lifestyles. You understand? Because what is the proper definition of the technology that we are, putting forward? Technology is simply the application of scientific knowledge to a particular purpose, to solve an equation, particularly in that aspect. Number one, to save time and to give ease to everybody that is using that app or whatever. So, and that's where we're going as a country. All this, UBC did not start like this. Now we are broadcasting from everywhere. We did not start like that. We have embraced technology, and little by little, we have, assimilated it into our
We have to make
system.
technology work for us.
Yes, and I loved it today that even when we were expecting an election where it's going to be computerized, the EC had a backup already and said, well, even when we have computers, but let's have the registers right there. You understand? For me, that was really, really on point. And thumbs up, thumbs up. We cannot just get away.
We can't bury our traditional methods.
Yeah, we need to embrace two of them. Later,
maybe,
this will go away And by that time, there will be something else as well.
Yeah, thanks, gentlemen. We are going back to Zimbabwe. We have Ivan Kahawa online and is stand by with more updates from Zimbabwe. You know, Zimbabwe is another interesting area.
Yeah.
So, as Ivan, you with us? Please.
Well, for those who are watching UBC, we've had the declaration of results from, that is for members of parliament, and that's what is happening currently. But from within this specific area, I am having a number of people that I'm interacting with. So I'm joined by Mr. Sechitende Nicholas, who is an observer, but as well a member of the Fourth Estate, and we all understand there are quite a number of issues that have happened during the course of the day, and we want to hear from him first of his assessment on the elections that started on the 15th of January 2026. You're live on UBC TV and all our social media platforms. Kindly tell us, how did you find the beginning of the process of the voting on the 15th of January?
Thank you very much, UBC. My name is Elisa Nicholas Sechitende, an observer with the Electoral Commission Zimbabwe District, who also doubles as a journalist working with the Central Broadcasting Services Limited. So far, the elections in Zimbabwe District has been quite of great tension. I don't want to say that it was of great error, but it had a lot of tension, heavy deployment. People got in some areas got a lot of fear, and they didn't appear. They had a lot turn up on the polling stations. Others tried to turn up, but what happened there ruined their motivation to vote. But others were brave enough and went on to cast their votes, as they wanted to participate with their right to get their leaders. You were asking me about the issue of cutting off the...
Before we go to the issue of cutting off the internet.
Yes.
You said you are an observer.
Yes.
But what is the exactly role of an observer in this electoral process?
Oh, yes. We observe whatever is going on, whether the voters have participated well in their rights of getting leaders, whether the people have got the security they deserve to stay safe as they cast their votes. We observe the transportation of the declaration forms, the results and then at the tally center, how the process is. At first, very early in the morning, the process was very good, very safe. The Electoral Commission did their role very well. They transported all the materials to the polling stations very safely. But deep down there at the polling station, as the polling started, things started to change one by one. People in uniform, we can't say they are officially of security forces of this country, but they resembled them. They have been found in certain polling stations, just like I have told you, to create the terror. Voters have raised issues of ballot stuffing. Some polling stations turned chaotic, like in Maogola County. So the situation became very unsafe in the long run, though it had started in a very peaceful way or a fair way. But as time went on, things got changing. So something what was very disappointing.
Now the returning officer has just read results from some constituencies, specifically for the presidential. Apparently, it seems that the presidential results are done. In your own assessment, what do you make of what the returning officer has read out tonight?
In this area of Zimbabwe, the results for the president can't excite too much, because they seem to be yellow. It seems to be one of the strongholds of the president. So some results are not so much disappointing, though you can't just imagine. Just like that, we continue to wait for the member of parliament, as he is going to continue indicating.
Well, the returning officer is reading results for directly elected members of parliament.
Senator Idi 0, Tumwebaze Jet 81, Fine John 0. Charlie Mosque, Aina Godfrey Kaguta 91, Chikongo Francis 2, Gonya Angela 5, Jazz Moses 0, Senator Idi 0, Tumwebaze Jet 140, Fine John 0. Chama Vogo Church of Uganda Primary School, Aina Godfrey 69, Chigongo 1, Chigonya 1, Yazi 0, Semata 6, Tumwebaze Jet 56, Fine John 0. Nkoma Church of Uganda, Aina Godfrey Kaguta 129, Chigongo Francis 1, Chigonya Angela 3, Yaz Moses 1, Semata Idi 0, Tumwebaze Jet 92, Fine John 0. Chai Primary School, Aina Godfrey Kaguta 127, Chigongo Francis 0, Chigonya Angela 5, Yaz Moses 1, Semata Idi 0, Tumwebaze Jet 65, Fine John 0. Kengo Trading Center, Aina Godfrey Kaguta 115, Chigongo Francis 1, Chigonya Angela 0, Yaz Moses 0, Semata Idi 0, Tumwebaze Jet 35, Fine John 1. Kasambia Community Grounds, Aina Godfrey Kaguta 49, Chigongo Francis 0, Chigonya Angela 0, Yaz Moses 0, Semata Idi 0, Tumwebaze Jet 30, Fine John 30. Fine John 0. BSC Catch Towers, Aina Godfrey Kaguta 155, Chigongo 1, Chigonya 1, Jazz 1, Semata Idi 1, 0, Tumwebaze Jet 26, Fine John Ezra 1. Kawanda Church of Uganda Primary School, Aine Godfrey Kaguta, 179. Chigongo Francis, 0. Chigonya Angela, 2. Gaz Moses, 5. Semataidi, 0. Tumewaza Jet John, 72. Twine John, 0. Kasonji Church of Uganda Primary School. Frekaguta 165. Chigongo Francis 3. Chigonya Angela 12. Gaz Moses 0. Semataidi 0. Tumewaza Jet 35. Twine Ezra 0. Chetume Playground. Aina Godfrey Kaguta 96. Chigongo Francis 1. Chigonya Angela 1. Yaz Moses 1. Semataidi 0. Tumewaza Jet 79. Twine John 1. Bushoborwa Chitaulizi. Aina Godfrey Kaguta 83. Francis Chigonya Angela 0. Chigonya Angela 2. Yaz Moses 0. Semata 0. Tumewaza Jet 34. Twine John Ezra 0. Nakasagas Trading Center. Aina Godfrey Kaguta 108. Chigongo Francis 8. Chigonya Angela 2. Yaz 0. Yaz 1. Semata 0. Tumewaza Jet 15. Twine John 0. Kasonji B Trading Center. Aina Godfrey Kaguta 129. Chigongo Francis 1. Chigonya Angela 4. Yaz Moses 0. Semata 0. Tumewaza Jet 24. Twine John Ezra 1. Serinya Primary School. Aina Godfrey Kaguta 184. Chigongo Francis 1. Aina Godfrey Kaguta 184. Chigongo Francis 1. Chigonya Angela 3. Yaz 1. Semata 0. Tumewaza Jet 83. Twine John Ezra 0. Makugwe Trading Center. Aina Godfrey Kaguta 144. Chigongo Francis 0. Chigonya 10. Chigonya 1. Chigonya 10. Yaz 1. Semataidi 0. Tumewaza Jet 37. Twine John 0. Kavrasoke Community Grounds. Aina Godfrey Kaguta 41. Chigongo Francis 0. Chigonya Angela 0. Yaz Moses 0. Semataidi 0. Tumewaza Jet 27. Twine John Ezra 0. Chukuma Dungu Catholic Church. Aina Godfrey Kaguta 78. Chigongo 0. Chigonya 0. Yaz 0. Semata 0. Tumewaza Jet 70. Twine John 0. Kasozi Community Grounds. Aine Godfrey Kaguta, 84. Chigongo 0. Chigonya 1. Yaz 0. Semata 0. Tumwebaze Jet 76. Pine John 0. Obutugu Chitaurizi. Aine Godfrey Kaguta 70. Chigongo 0. Chigonya 0. Yaz 0. Semata 0. Tumwebaze Jet 38. Pine John 0. Rutunku B at Polytechnical Playground, Nabut Z. Aine Godfrey Kaguta 80, Chigongo 0, Chigonya 0, Yaz 0, Semata 0, Mwewaze Jet 78, Pine John 0. Rutunku B at Polytechnical Playground, A to Nabuk. Aine Godfrey 66, Chigongo Francis 0, Chigonya Angela 0, Chigonya Angela 0, Yaz 0, Semata 0, Mwebaze Jet 82, Pine John 0. Rutunku A at Community Grounds. Aine Godfrey Kaguta 70, Chigongo Francis 0, Chigonya 0, Yaz 0, Semata 0, Tumwebaze Jet 63, Pine John 0. Chartagisha Chitauris. Aine Godfrey Kaguta 44, Chigongo Francis 0, Chigonya Angela 0, Yaz Moses 0, Semata Idi 0, Tumwebaze Jet 32, Pine John Ezra 0. Nabinoga Primary School. Aine Godfrey Kaguta 87, Chigongo Francis 0, Chigonya 0, Yaz 1, Semata 0, Tumwebaze Jet 70, Tumwebaze John 0. Chamgoa Full Gospel Church. Aine Godfrey Kaguta 75, Chigongo 0, Chigonya 1, Yaz 6, Semata 0, Tumwebaze Jet 33, and Pine John 0. Bongo 0, 01, yes. Chigonya Angela 4, Yaz 2, Semata 0, Tumwebaze John 37, Pine John Ezra 0. Rukwasi Catholic Church. Aine Godfrey 78, Chigongo Francis 1, Chigonya 9, Yaz 1, Semata 0, Tumwebaze 48, Twine 1. bya Ruhanga Farm. Aine Godfrey Kaguta 75, Chigongo Francis 0, Chigonya Angela 1, Yazu Moses Yaz Moses 0, Sema Taidi 0, Mwebaze Jet 11, Philipon 0.
The Tally Center. The returning officers just read and declared results for directly elected members of parliament, that is in Maogola North. All right, my producer is saying that we are already on air. Thank you so much, Samuel Sendono. Now, we are at the Tally Center, that is in Sembabule district, but I am still with one of the observers, but who is also a journalist, Mr. Nicholas, and we want to understand from him how has it been as a journalist to disseminate information to the audience. How has he been able to relay all the information that is gathering on ground so that it reaches the audience that he serves? So kindly take us through. You went to the polling stations very early in the morning. You gathered all the information you had. How were you able to communicate that information given the fact that the internet had been shut down?
My friend Ivan Kawa, Ugandan is watching you this TV. What I can say, cutting off the internet was very unfortunate. It was very disappointing and heartbreaking. In fact, I can say it was an abuse of human rights, most especially the Access to Information Act, which is part of us as journalists. It gave us at the time as journalists to disseminate the information as we were on our job doing the work of disseminating the information. Because you had to write SMSs. SMS takes a lot of time to compile a lot of information. So if we had the internet on, we could use our PCs, type the information, very well compiled, and then you send to your bosses. But then with using a mere phone, the phones can jam. A lot of problems using a lot of airtime. You could reach a place with urgent information, but when you find yourself the airtime is already off, it was very unfortunate, and it gave us at the time, and I can again and again say it is a violation of human rights, most especially in this digital era. We are living in a global village. The only way we can communicate is through the internet. When you cut it off, you have cut off the whole world. You have denied those people down their rights to know what is going on in their country, what have happened where they are not, where in their area of residence, what is happening in Sembabule. I'm deep in Manyama, in Sangala, in Maogola County. What is happening to my candidate? What is happening to the polling station? When the internet is off, those people down, they were not well covered also, because they could not follow very well on their TVs, they could not follow very well on their radios deep in the villages, because us, the journalists who were disseminating that information, we are getting that hard time. Yeah, we delayed a lot. The thing that you could send at say 9 p.m. could reach at 12, or it could got aired at 2. Yet it was to be aired at 9 in the morning. But because you have been delayed, the internet is off, we got a lot of hardship.
Actually, I've been told there are some journalists who had to put the information on the taxis and buses to ply to their stations to air the content.
Yes, they did, especially our colleagues who works for the TV. They had to compile the information, make a CDs, put on flash, and then take it to the taxi. It takes like 6 to 7 hours to reach Kampala from Zimbabwe. For the information that you covered very early in the morning, and then you have another information you have covered in the noon time, that means that one will reach very late in the night.
For now, there is someone who has stood up to raise an issue. Let's listen to what she's raising an issue. They are giving her a microphone. We're going to hear what she is raising. And
thank you, Mr.
That is Mary Begumisa.
And everybody present. I am Mary Begumisa, a candidate now and a sitting member of Parliament. Now that you're going to declare the results, I want to put a few concerns before you and your team and to the group of our people, of our voters in Zimbabwe district, and to the Ugandans at large. Zimbabwe district has 17 sub-counties. Since morning, I have called your office. I've called even Justice Byabakama himself about a lot of things, about voter bribery in Maogora West, Maogora County. As I talk now, abantu bange abachali wabweru, ba agency baffe bangi baliridde ku nsiko mu Matete, Maogora County, obokisi bungi bwatwaliddwa mu Gombora zonna ssatu ne Maogora West, where I come from. I called Susan and I was still at my home. A lot of injustice has been done on us as a people of Zimbabwe district. I want you to note, nazze wano ku ssaawa emu yennyini, I'm the only sitting member of parliament in this room. Nga nninda okulaba bye mugenda okulangirira. To the media and to the Ugandans, it is only in Zimbabwe district, in the whole of Uganda, where up to now, justice has failed to come our way. It is only now where a P6 dropout is going to replace a graduate like me. Is that the NRM? And thank you, sir. Mr. Returning Officer, yagala kutegeeza ebitonotono as you go ahead to declare that we are going to court on the same, at least in Maogora County and Maogora West, where I come from, and other polling stations which I called your office since morning, and no justice was given. Ebyalo bingi tubilistinze, abantu baffe bangi mbadde ku Rainbow, bazze nga bakaaba, mbalese nga bakaaba, bazzeeyo mu constituencies nga bakaaba. I told them, no, kangende babisome nga wendi ku lwammwe bannassembabule, mulibeera abajulirwa nti nayimirira ng'omubaka wammwe. Yes, I am independent. From day one, I never got justice, but it's okay. Njagadde bino bijje gye muli, neebaza Katonda the whole district bye batabbye byonna tusobodde obikuŋŋaanyaayo biibino. Ojja ku witnessinga the same handwriting. Omuntu omu n'awandiikira ebyalo 4 Nakasero, Erebitakuli, voter bribery, video tubadde nazo, obutambi tubadde nazo, naye nga bakulaga tokkirizibwa wadde okusemberera a station. I want to tell you, sir, if I were you, I would not go ahead to declare any results in the place of district woman member of parliament, Sembabule district. And if you went ahead, it's okay. It's okay. But if I were you, I would hold on a little, call people here, Banna Sembabule, ne bakubuulira, my official agent is here, stand up, sir. He is a graduate, Mr. Chigonya Kasi. Si wapitu, ajulira, byonna bye tuyiseemu, Banna Sembabule bajulira, but you are free to declare as usual, but it will go at least in the annals of history. Sembabule, abantu abatono ab'olubatu baatuula ne bagiryamu olukwe ne bagirondera omubaka gwe batalondangako. I thank you.
Hello.
Thank you, sir.
Well, that is
Thank you,
Kumisa,
Ariwo, for raising
the woman
those
member of
concerns.
parliament. The returning officer is responding.
I want to guide here that the Electoral Commission, when it prepares, it also receives results, tallies, and declares. Any grievances that may come later are addressed where they are supposed to be addressed. The reason as to why we announce these results is to help you know what we have received and what you have. Then you can make a comparison, and you have if you have a case put forward, then you have a base. I think I'm clear, and I beg to proceed. Thank you. Not a meeting that we are going to have. Results, please, can we continue and we declare? Take note of where you have a discrepancy, and you will address your issues where they are supposed to be addressed. Thank you. Declaration of results. District Woman Representative to Parliament, to Town Council, Canon Ward, St. Elizabeth Center 3, Nabut Z. Kamkunda Nina, 71, Chinkwire Esther, 33, Mary Begumisa, 133, Ambassador Florence, 25.
Yeah, thank you. We are now coming from Zimbabwe and crossing over to Lira, where Eddie Orwa is on phone and on standby there. Eddie, are you able to hear us?
Yes, I am able to hear you very clearly.
Okay. Please bring us up to speed with what is happening where you are now.
Oh yes, good morning to you and good morning to all our viewers. I'm coming to you live from Lira City at the Tallying Center that is here at the Lira City Council Hall, where the EC is tallying results. We still do not have any final results declared for the presidential election, for the woman member of parliament, and also for directly elected members of parliament for the two divisions, that is Lira City and Lira City East Division. What is here is that from the preliminary results that we have, Dr. Jane Ruth Acheng is still leading in most of the polling stations, which results have been read and entered at the tally room here. But the final results is not yet out. Tallying is still ongoing. Okay. President Yoweri Museveni is also winning in almost all the polling stations which have been read here, and by a very big margin here in Lira City. Okay. We still wait to get the final results from the Independent Electoral Commission here, and then we shall be updating the public as and when they come in. Okay. But what we have seen earlier in the evening is that supporters of Dr. Jane Ruth Acheng have been celebrating within the town, moving around. We could hear them jubilate. And Dr. Jane Ruth Acheng herself also walked into the tally center about an hour ago. She sat there for about an hour, but I think she has moved out again to take some rest because results seem to be moving on. We are expecting the final results actually to come out in the morning, probably around 7 or 8 or even 9 a.m. in the morning. Okay. Are results still trickling in, or they have suspended until the morning? No, results are still trickling in. Right now, as I speak, I have just moved out so that I could be clear enough without any interference. But if I could walk back into the tally room, then you would also hear the returning officer still reading more results coming. Okay. The presiding officers of the different polling stations have all come with their results, and then the voting materials, of course, the ballot boxes. They are all here lined up waiting for the queue. So each and every one of them gets into the room and then sits before the returning officer and then present their results, and then the returning officer reads them. And once the returning officer does that, then the presiding officer is now free to walk out and probably even go home. So I still have very many of them, probably more than 50 of them I can see still here on the line, waiting to submit their results to the returning officer to announce them and also enter them into the system as well in the tally hall. Okay. So I am just walking back into the tally room so that I could give you some ambience of what is actually taking place exactly in the tally room, how results are trickling in and how they are counting them. Okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. What is your assessment of the whole exercise? Well, the process has been very, very peaceful. Of course, here there was heavy security deployment to try to ensure that nothing gets out of hand. And I think they have been on top of their game. They have managed the situation very well. Okay. Around the tally center, there is security presence, and they are not allowing those who are not authorized to be around the tally center to cause confusion, and the situation is being managed very well.
Okay.
We only had some small scuffle early in the day when some group of people went and surrounded the vehicle that was being used by Gender Minister, that is Beta Moi, around Boroboro West. And their claim was that she was moving around the polling stations in what they believe was an attempt of trying to mobilize people to go and vote, something they felt wasn't unnecessary. It's like campaigning on the voting day. So security had to move in swiftly and then de-escalated the situation, and then also escorted the minister together with her husband, that is Honorable Jima Kenna, back to her residence, and then they requested her not now to move anywhere out of her place, and she restrained herself into her place. We talked to police later on, who also told us the same.
Okay.
Was also requested from Dr. Jen Cheng, who also stayed home the whole day.
Okay, thank you so much, Eddie. We shall go back to you, and if there are any updates when they become announcing, you will definitely be letting us know, that we can keep Uganda informed about what is happening around us. Now, thank you so much. That was Eddie from Lira City, where, of course, Lira City is another hotspot, given the personalities that are involved in this election, just like Zimbabwe also. But I think he's saying that the exercise is moving on, has been smooth, with a few of those which were expected anyway. Now, gentlemen, back to this. How do we rate ourselves now in terms of our democratic credentials? You are bringing it up from the time the 30 years, and even before that, because we have moved on, elections, no elections, back to elections as a country. How do you look at ourselves today?
Yeah, like I painted a picture of a person who has been hungry and another one who is eating, but probably the other one eating some food has not yet balanced, is not yet taking a balanced diet.
But is eaten.
Exactly. So we've left the stage of being hungry in terms of the way we used to be. Now we are at a stage where we get food, but we still need a balanced diet. We are now consistent. It is within the law that we have to conduct elections after 5 years. And if the elections fail, we need by-elections, etc., etc. But there are still issues to be addressed in terms of how candidates are elected, how fairness is conducted, and of course the issues are many. We've just discussed the lack of members forwarding agents at a particular polling station. That in itself can attract scenarios that will bring issues of accountability, because some members are missing. But back to your question, the question is, how far have we traveled? If I was to assess as Dean, not as someone else, we are not doing badly. At least we are beyond the 50 mark. Exactly.
Yeah, I just love the way that you're putting it, you know, painting up a good picture. But the reality is we have moved from somewhere and we are up to somewhere.
Yeah.
You understand? We have not gotten... You see, when you ask this question, it propels me to think, you're comparing it to what? You know, what is the comparison? Because you can say that in this comparison, do we fit on that level? We're just only answering because of what we see, and we have been there, at least for some years, we have been there from times we started voting until where we are. Uganda is not yet where
we need to be.
Where we need to be. But we are not stagnant. We are moving. This has been a peaceful election. Do we have challenges? Yes. Yes. But this is a learning scale for us to learn. The Electoral Commission also has a lot to learn and put right, but also even the people, their expectation and how they approach. He was mentioning up a point that is very, very crucial. This election, now people know what they are looking for in a leader. You could, I stood by that polling center and I looked at people carefully, taking time to look through those names, and which was not the case before. You understand? And these days, this election also, I had a saying from different people saying, we want now to vote for people who are going to make substance of our community.
Sure.
Now that is dive, you know, you don't vote people because of, you know, it's election. And so this, we are going somewhere. And me, I would give it a 65.
Okay. In fact, at some point, we were discussing with the Dean about people who are voting not to vote.
True.
Yes.
Yeah, but this time it has been different. But also the turnout.
The turnout, yeah.
Yeah, because we have seen in elections where you have empty lines, and you find the polling officials having nothing to do but sleeping under the tree or something like that. But this time has been different, to the extent that when there was that delay in places where we had issues of the voting machines, that the lines extended beyond the normal 5 o'clock. So that also shows that people are getting politically involved, but also politically aware about what they need to do. And you have seen people saying, this time I have to go and vote because I have to vote for this and I have to vote for this. But also, if you are on the line, you could also see a number of the first-time voters. There's also that increasing number of the youth. The first-time voters are also coming up, which again comes back to what you are saying, that at least we have moved. Of course, elections alone may not be the best indicator, but at least it is one of the indicators that we are moving. When you compare from the elections, well, of course, Uganda started voting as early as, I think, 1958, when we had the first elections. Although the Africans were not very much involved, but you see there's been a trend, and the consistency you're talking about.
That's right.
Bwana James, if the only indicator of any system that is growing is the level of accountability and the security around issues of accountability. Recently, I'll draw you back to what has happened recently with the court martial. There have been reforms done. Recently, the new court martial chairman was appointed, but there were reforms. The reforms, even in Parliament, that whoever military person or profession that will handle issues of the court martial should have legal knowledge, which is being put into which has been put into consideration. Likewise, if we are to see this country get to another level, the issues of who appoints the EC boss, or what is the position of the Electoral Commission, that the neutrality of that institution,
the independence
matters a lot. And I know it will be solved with the time, because we've moved, like we said, we are work in progress, and Rome was not built in a day.
Up to now, that's still being
yes, still doing that. But those are some of the issues for the viewer who is out there, because that question keeps coming, like the question that kept coming. But who are these soldiers who sit behind the legal authority? Do they have enough legal knowledge? And that has been addressed. So in a country that is growing and in a country that is attaining democracy, some of those issues come into play. So like he said, a 65, me I could give a 70. We are work in progress.
Yeah, because, yeah.
Bwana Mtuta, I think it is very important that we put a notch onto this. As much as we are a growing nation, and there is quite a different sectors that we're looking at to grow and become independent. But we should throw more emphasis on having our electoral commission independent and efficient. That will make even the people that are far in the villages look at it as vital truth, as real. You understand? You want to find an institution that they are not going to relate it to the government in power. You understand? And for me, if there is anything that we should now rush into to make sure that it is, you know, that should be electoral commission, because all other aspects, remember this EC, it controls who is coming to lead this country in the next 5 years. Yeah. So whoever that plays with EC is actually playing with what is going to get the country involved with in the next 5 years. Yes. That is your banking, that is your education, that is your health.
Yeah, because I think, like you are saying, the parliament, when they sit, maybe the next parliament or the next parliament should look at, because they're the ones who again come back to make noise.
Exactly.
About how bad this is, how bad all these claims.
But the orchestrators of the law.
Exactly, we expect them to sit down and agree on the law. You know, in the past, they have been saying that the EC is for government. The opposition will say EC is for government. But we have also seen even members of parliament who subscribe to the government in power also crying foul. So it means if there is any problem, it does not segregate. It comes squarely to all of us. So it will be in the best interest that if there are any issues to be addressed at that, then the whole parliament should come down and do something as nationally, because they and patriotically, not looking at the faces or looking at the colors. That will help us. But you remember, we're also discussing something that in 1958, when they were voting for the Legico, many Africans couldn't merit to go to the Legislative Council for the simple reason that many of them couldn't speak the language. They couldn't know how things were being discussed. Because you look at that the background to it is that most of the Africans at that time were coming from kingdoms.
True.
And the kingdom setup is that the structure is rigged, is set up.
Yeah, true.
You either belong here or not
True.
belong here. You can't cross the lines. But we were discussing that, but I think it was not also fair to say that Africans could not then go to the Legico because they could not speak the language. You have come in my house for heaven's sake, and you want me to speak your language.
But also the speaker by then was appointed by the Governor General, who was the president of the time.
Of the time. Yeah.
So that in itself had issues.
Exactly. So I think there is no way we can completely divest the actions or the EC from a government.
That's right.
The government, because at the end of it, these are people who are serving in that government. You are not going to get them from somewhere else unless you say, we are going to invite some people from somewhere to come and conduct elections in Uganda. But at the same time, that also shows that you don't have trust in the government. You see. So these are issues that we need to sit down as a country and talk.
That's right.
Because
That's right.
we are all affected.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. That is Nakawa back on, I think, Kampala, and we are getting results that are coming from Nakawa now.
Nachitende Salam Adeline 3, Nana Namata Anet Mafalika Mbirikawa 1, Nafuma Shamim 7, Nantege Christine Zabu 0, Naziri Amina Rukanga 59. Mulimira Naso to Osi. Kasir Evelyn Kent 0, Marende Shamim 78, Nachitende Salam Adeline 0, Nana Namata Anet Mafrika Mbelika 2, Namfama Shamim 8, Nantege Christine Zab 0, Nazid Amina Rukanga 44. Now we are going to elect elected Member of Parliament. Apec International University. Brother Herbert Anderson 50, Boy Ivan 00. Chamba de Wilberforce 1, Nasasira Happy 2, Okumu Vincent Norbert. Okumu Vincent Norbert 0, Okuye Felix 0, Ramiti Apuri 1, Senyon Joel Visekezi 92. Moimira OYE Tutin. Brother Herbert Anderson 29, Boy Ivan 1, Chamba de Wilberforce 3, Nasasira Happy 1, Okumu Vincent Norbert 0, Okuye Felix 1, Ramiti Apul 0, Senyon Joel Visekezi 125. Masalini. Brother Herbert Anderson 60, Boy Ivan 2, Chamba de Wilberforce 1, Nasasira Happy 0, Okumu Vincent Norbert, Okumu Vincent Norbert 0, Okuye Felix 3, Ramiti Apuli 0, Senyon Joel Bisekezi 80. St. Catherine Primary School, Kasiri Ivrin Kate 4, Malende Shamim 132, Nachitende Salam Adeline 0, Nana Namata Anet Mafrika Mbilikawa 12, Nafuma. Yes, please. Now, remove all of them. Only the selected ones. Monimira, that polling station address is cancelled because it was a different category. Okay. Monimira KAL to KIV. Yes, please. Blora Anderson, Blora Herbert Anderson, 36, Boy Ivan 1, Chamba de Wilberforce 2, Nasasla Happy 1, Okumu Vincent Nobat 0, Okuye Felix 2, Ramiti Apuli 2, Senyo Joel Bisekezi 132. Mukalazi's Gate and Z. Blola Herbert Anderson 34, Boy Ivan 2, Chamba de Wilberforce 1, Nasasila Happy 3, Okumu Vincent Nobat 1, Okuye Felix 1, Lamiti Apuri 0, Senyon Joel Bisekezi 1, 22. Frobe Primary School, K02 Nama. Glory Herbert Anderson 31, Bowe Ivan 2, Chamba de Wilberforce 1, Nasasila Happy 3, Okumu Vincent Nobat 0, Okuye Felix 1, Ramiti Apuli 0, Senyon Joel Bisekezi 112. Le Chilemerwas Compound 8 Mass. Bro Herbert Anderson 43, Boy Ivan 0, Chamba de Wilberforce 0, Nasasala Happy 1, Okumu Vincent 0, Okuye Felix 1, Ramiti Apuli 1, Senyon Joel Bisekezi 1 for 1. Let Chilemerwas Compound MUT to Z. Brother Herbert Anderson, 31, Boy Ivan 0, Chamba de Wilberforce 1, Nasasila Happy 1, Okumu Vincent Nobat 0, Okuye Felix 0, Okuye Felix 1, Ramiti Apuri 0, Senyon Joel Bisekezi 154. Frobe Primary School, Nam to Z. Brola Herbert Anderson, 29, Boy Ivan 2, Chamba de Wilberforce 2, Nasasira Happy 3, Okumu Vincent Nobat 0, Okuye Felix 3, Ramiti Apuri 0, Senyon Joel Bisekezi 147. Mulimira EU to come. Blola Herbert Anderson 51, Boy Ivan 0, Chamba de Wilberforce 1, Nasasala Happy 1, Okumu Vincent Nobat 0, Okuye Felix 0, Ramite Apuri 1, Senyon Joel Bisekezi 90. Mulimira TIM to Z, Blola Felix, Blola Herbert Anderson 59, Boy Ivan 6, Chamba de Wilberforce 4, Nasasira Happy 0, Okumu Vincent Nobat 0, Okuye Felix 0, Ramiti Apuli 0, Joel Senyon Bisekezi 93. Behind New Market, NAUC to Z. NAMUC to Z. Brother Robert Anderson 22, Boy Ivan 0, Chamba David Bafos 2, Nasasira Habat 0, Okumu Vincent Nobat 0, Okuye Felix, Ramita Apuri, Senyon Joel Sekezi 77. Ramita Apuri 1, Okuye Felix 1, then Joel Senyon Bisekezi 77. Munimida Nasut Osi, Brother Habat Anderson 47, Boy Ivan 0, Chamba David Bafos 2, Nasasala Happy 0, Okumu Vincent Robert 1, Okuye Felix 0, Ramita Puris 2, Senyon Joel Bisekezi 86. Kalazis Gate 8 NG. Brother Herbert Anderson 53, Boy Ivan 2, Chamba David Bafos 3, Nasasala Happy 3, Okumu Vincent Nobat 1, Okuye Felix 2, Ramita Apur 5, Senyon Joel Bisekezi 141. Brother Anderson 46, Sad Hassan Mosik. Sad Hassan Mosik. Sad Hassan Mosik. Brother Herbert Anderson 46, Boy Ivan 0, Chamba David Bafos 0, Nasasala Happy 0, Okumu Vincent Nobat 1, Okuye Felix 0, Ramita Puli 1, Senyon Joel Bisekezi 94. Chisure Primary School Compound A, Tumuk. Brother Herbert Anderson 63, Boy Ivan 1, Chamba David Bafos 1, Nasasala Happy 0, Okumu Vincent Robert 0, Okuye Felix 0, Ramita Puri 1, Joel Senyon Bisekezi 105. Mulimira MA Art MUM Eden Primary School. This is a different one. Uman MP. Put it here. It's Uman MP. Murira OD to Oya. Lola Herbert Anderson 22, Boy Ivan 0, Chamba David Bafos 5, Nasasala Happy 1, Okumu Vincent Noba 2, Okuye Felix 0, Ramita Puri 1, Senyon Joel Bisekezi 88. Kasiri Brinkett 1, sorry, Old Killer Road, no. Mulimira Namitnas, Brother Herbert Anderson 38, Boy Ivan 0, Chamba David Bafos 3, Nasasala Herbert 2, Okumu Vincent Nobat 0, Okuye Felix 0, Ramita Pur 1, Senyon Joel Bisekezi 113. Mulimira Ampi to Bag, Brother Herbert Anderson 43, Boy Ivan 0, Chamba David Bafos 0, Nasasala Happy 1, Okumu Vincent 0, Okuye Felix 0, Ramita Puri 3, Senyon Joel Bisekezi 64. Old Kiral Road next to church A to March. MUG. Brother Herbert Anderson 30, Boy Ivan 2, Chamba David Bafos 9, Nasasala Happy 1, Okumu Vincent Nobat 1, Okuye Felix 4, Ramita Puli 0, Joel Senyon Bisekezi 60. Late Semogere KIR to Mama. Lola Herbert Anderson 54, Boy Ivan 3, Chamba David Bafos 0, Nasasala Happy 0, Okumu Vincent Nobat 1, Okuye Felix 1, Ramita Puli 5, Senyon Joel Bisekezi 116. Behind New Market at KO. Brother Herbert Anderson 31, Boy Ivan 3, Chamba David Bafos 0, Nasasala Nasasra Happy 2, Okumu Vincent Nobert 0, Okuye Felix 2, Ramita Puli 1, Senyon Joel Busekezi 55. $55. You want the whole of it or you want a specific candidate? Behind the market, 8KO. Herbert Anderson 31, Boy Ivan 3, Chamba David Bafos 0, Nasasra Hape 2, Okumu Vincent Nobat 0, Okuye Felix 2, Dramiti Apul 1, Senyon Joel Bisekezi 55. Nakato's compound, Blora Herbert Anderson. I'm waiting. Which polling station? You have 94? No, please, that is the total number of votes cast for the candidates. Make your totals very well, please. Calculate, you'll find it is the total number of votes cast by the candidates, not for one candidate, please. Akatos compound, Blola Habat Anderson 20, Boy Ivan 0, Chamba De Wilberforce 0, Nasasala Hape 0, Okumu Vincent 1, Okuye Felix 1, Ramita Apul 0, Senyo Njoli Sekezi 61. Mulimira BAH to ET Bukot Evangelic. Blola Habat Anderson 37, Boy Ivan 2, Chamba De Wilberforce 2, Nasasala Hape 1, Okumu Vincent Nobat 0, Okuye Felix 0, Ramiti Apul 0, Senyo Njoli Sekezi 111. Let's say Mogele 8 KIN, Blola Habat Anderson 56, Boy Ivan 3, Chamba De Wilberforce 1, Nasas Rape 2, Okumu Vincent Nobat 0, Okuye Felix 0, Ramita Apul 1, Senyo Njoli Sekezi 87. Chisure Primary School Compound, Malta Z. Blola Habat Anderson 44, Boy Ivan 0, Chamba De Wilberforce 3, Nasas Lape 0, Okumu Vincent Nobat 0, Okuye Felix 1, Ramita Pool 0, Senyo Joel Sekezi 108. Let's Mogere Namt Z. Blola Habat Anderson 58, Boy Ivan 2, Chamba De Wilberforce 5, Nasas Lape 2, Okumu Vincent Robert 1, Okuye Felix 2, Ramita Apuri 1, Senyo Joel Sekezi 136. Mulimida KIW Tuman Eden Primary School. Lola Habat Anderson 42, Boy Ivan 2, Chamba De Wilberforce 1, Nasas Lahapi 1, Okumu Vincent Robert 0, Okuye Felix 0, Ramita Puli 1, Senyo Joel Bisekezi 100. The remaining DLR forms are for the District Woman of Parliament that were mixed up in the Direct Member of Parliament. Polling station St. Catherine Primary School. Kalis Ivrin Kent 4, Malende Shamim 132, Nachten de Salama Adeline 0, Nana Namata Anet Mwafrika Mbirikawa 12, Nafuma Shamim 15, Nantege Christine Zab 2, Nanzide Amina Lukanga 60. Then Old Kila Road next to church, MUK Z. Yes, please. Yes, please. Four millimeter. No, the category. Are they the ones you have there? For the category? Oh, okay. Yeah, these are the ones you
polling station 0, polling station 08.
Okay. we clarify that with the parking list. Let me finalize this for the interest of time of others. I'm marking on my parking list. Yes. This is District Woman Representative to Parliament. St. Catherine Primary School. I had read it. Then Old Dikila Road next to the church, MUK-Z. Kasili Evelyn Kent 1, Malende Shamim 66, Nachtende Salam Adeline 0, Nana Namata Anet Mafrika Mbirikawa 3, Nafuma Shamim 6, Nantege Christian Zab 0, Nanziri Amina Rukanga 32. We shall add on from there as my colleagues in other divisions are adding on for the interest of time.
Direct elected member of parliament, Machinje Division, East, Muyenga Parish. Muyenga Hill A to KIK at Muyenga Community Hall. Kanabahita 1, Kasiri Nganda 41, Kayendo James 0, Kayendo Molowoza 1, Kasarita Baker 1, Rebecca Francis 1, Mavike Michael 0, Mohawena Edson 3, Mulema Francis 0, Namona Rachel 1, Dukuwera Asaf 0, Mwabine Judith 83, Obusinji Elijah 2, Sekajugo Paul 0, Segawa Sunday 1, Sekate John 0, Sechide Robert 4, St. Peter Stanley 0, St. Thomas Samuel 0, Chenywana 3, Walusimbi Frederick 0, Zizinga Michael 0. Cheitabia polling station. Kanawahita Nicholas 2, Kasiri Nganda Ali 82, Kayendo James 0, Kayendo Modoza 0, Kasarita Baker 1, Rebecca Francis 2, Mavike 10, Mohawa Minimana Edson 3.
Yeah, that is what is happening in Kampala. We were hearing from the parliamentary results, provisional results from Nakawa and a few other places that within Kampala here. Now let's move on to Sironko, where we have Farida in Sironko is on standby to update us on what is happening in that part of Uganda. Farida, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Please, can you update us what is currently, as we speak, happening at the polling station or at the tally center where you are?
The tally center, this is Sironko Tally Center.
Yeah.
At the Sironko district headquarters, where tallying, the exercise of tallying is taking place for candidates, the presidential candidates and parliamentary candidates. So far, out of the 442 polling stations in the district, 64 polling stations have been tallied, and among these polling stations and the sub-count, they have tallied sub-counties and polling stations in different sub-counties, and so far the leading candidate in the presidential race is Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the NRM candidate, with 88,104 votes, and then followed by the FDC presidential candidate, 3,615 votes, then followed by the NUP candidate, Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, 11,500, 1,153 votes. and then others follow accordingly. The other candidates follow accordingly, and then we have a members of parliament from Butadiri East. So far, according to what has been tallied, there is Twaha for Nationality Platform. He has scored so far 536 votes. Then Julius from the National Resistance Movement was scored 6,100 votes. And then the Sasaga from Forum for Democratic Change Party has scored 2,276 votes so far, according to the tentative results that are being brought out by the team here, tallying. And then Vincent, who is an independent, that is Butadiri East, directly elected members of parliament, 1,685. And then among the ladies, woman member of parliament for Sironko. The ones that are competing actually now is Nambozo, who is an independent, and Asha, who is the NRM, from the NRM party. Asha so far has 6,450 votes, and then Nambozo 5,418 votes. And when we go to Butadiri West has like 19 candidates. Oh. And so far what has come out is from one sub-county. So far the tallying center has only brought out from one sub-county of Lulena in Sironko for directly elected members of parliament for Butadiri West. And so far the person who is leading is Wanyoto Godfrey with 1,016 votes. From that one sub-county, and then the next one, who is the one who follows, is from the FDC, from Democratic Change Party, Reverend Magombe Jackson, and that is where the stiff competition is for Butadiri West. And then this one is followed by the NRM candidate, 5,017, and others follow because there are like 19 candidates. Okay. And we have only gotten results for one sub-county so far from for Butadiri West.
Butadiri West.
Yes.
Okay. How has the exercise been generally?
Generally, the exercise around the morning hours, the exercise was somehow peaceful, although it started a bit late. The exercise started a bit late, and
why did it start late?
I think it is about preparation and actually manning these electronic voter verification machines. Okay. And the candidate that I was following was Nathan Nandala Mafabi, who voted from the polling station. Who voted from the name of the polling station.
That's okay.
But Nandala Mafabi also voted late around midday. Okay. Around midday, and then he gave an interview of his observation of the exercise at that time, and his observation was that the machines were slow, and at the same time the machines were not so effective as would be expected, because he himself experienced it.
Okay. How was the turn-up of the voters
the turn-up of the voters at this polling station was, they were coming but slow. Okay. It was slow, but later in the day, there was some ugly scenes that were actually seen in other parts, apart from where he voted from. Okay. Yes, there was some fighting between these the members of parliament, the actual members of parliament contesting for Butadiri West. Okay. Yeah, Jackson Magembe and supporters of Jackson Magembe and supporters of Wanyoto.
Okay.
And there was bloodshed, and people actually went to hospital, and actually the FDC presidential candidate got somehow injured. He was stoned together with his people. Together with his people.
Okay.
And yeah, and actually the cars were the first car that was beaten was destroyed was that one of candidate Wanyoto. And it is alleged that this one was bribing voters. That's why they attacked his car, and his supporters also attacked the cars of the Forum for Democratic Change candidate and his supporters.
Okay.
Yeah, those are the ugly scenes that were actually manifested in this election.
Okay, but so far now the exercise is moving on well.
Yeah, the tallying is smooth, and we are still waiting for more tentative results.
Okay.
From the team.
Okay. So thank you so much, Farida. Please update us when the new developments come up, especially after the results have been delivered. But I think a lot of many of the ballots are still in the centers, maybe the on way now being taken to the tally center, and by the morning I expect that UBC will be able to bring to you viewers that total tally lists from all the other parts of the country, knowing that the time now is a bit late and some of them will be waiting until tomorrow. Now, given that we can hear some of the places where there is violence, it is likely that people will not move at night until tomorrow when they will deliver the results. They could be now at police stations in those locations. But these ugly scenes are also a problem. We were discussing the democratic credentials of a country.
When people are when people are competing for power, or when people are, I think competing is too much of a word, but when people are vying to elect their leaders, there reaches a point where the pressure rises.
Yeah.
And of course, with that pressure, it yields anxiety. People become anxious. Others become over ambitious, and as they fight to win their various candidates, some become mischievous.
Yeah, sure.
And when they become mischievous, all in the name of winning, that is when you get issues of violence. That is when you get issues of cheating. That's where issues of accountability come in. But the good thing is that Uganda is now known as one of the countries with a serious security system or framework.
Yeah,
because of what we do, not only in Uganda, but even the hand we accord to our neighbors.
Yes.
In terms of keeping peace in Africa, and most importantly in the Great Lakes region. So, like we said, it is work in progress.
Yeah. At some point, you expect this, because now the competition means that there also the awareness, but also
where does violence come from? Where does violence emanate from anyway? Issues of waiting, like the way people are waiting. If you have a presiding officer who can express himself or herself without being while humble, you reduce the risk of having people having tempers all over the place. So some of those issues should be looked into. I've been at polling stations where you see that the voters are calm, but the people manning that polling station are the cause of the fights at the polling station.
Yeah, because sometimes it is to do with how the preparedness, I think
exactly.
Florida was talking about the preparedness. Sometimes the preparedness, how prepared the people who are manning this exercise.
Someone is asking a very simple question. When are we beginning? The person on the other end is replying arrogantly. Who are you to ask me?
Big Sam has been part in the exercises of being elected.
Yes, but you know, one of the things that we need to look at is, me personally, I have been, I got so lucky that I have been in America when there is elections. I've been in South Africa when there is elections. I've been to Ghana when there is elections. And you want to tell me this one is chaotic? I don't think so. At the peak, at the highest peak of love, you let go. That means that anything, if you love something, you must be willing to die for it, to fight for it or whatever. So these elections for me in Uganda, the only thing is we always want to hype the negative. In other countries, the positives outshine the negatives even when the positives are very many. And the issue of, so there will always be a moment where someone doesn't agree with another one, and because of the understanding and how I'm bringing up, they will fight. That's why they deploy. If they deploy in the United States, they deploy in South Africa. You understand? Because they expect that to happen. But for me, I must comment that this time around it has been very peaceful, despite the fact that weeks before we have been hearing hot tempers and people making, but it was peaceful. But also it brings a question of understanding the type of people we are dealing with.
Sure.
The attendants at the polling stations, how much are they trained in terms of understanding human character so that they can, address people, not addressing strangers. That is very important. The resource, the capital that the Electoral Commission has to have in order to take these people who are going to represent the Electoral Commission. Not for one day training, and they come there to just know. No, it matters on how you train them on how to handle and speak to people.
So this is a charged environment.
A guy came to
the polling station
today. My wife, it's so funny. My wife votes from a different polling station. I vote from a different polling station. I don't even know how it happened, but I said fine. So my wife votes from Kajan's Health Center 4. So when I finished casting my ballot, I picked her up, said, let's go, and you cast yours. So as soon as she was finishing, this guy, I don't know where he came from. He said, and these are his particular words. Abasajja bano batumalira obudde twagala kulonda wano tugende munviire. This is one guy who is coming to cast his one vote.
And he has
there are people that have been there.
Yeah, sure.
But he wants to just overtake the line. And he's speaking to the policeman. That is right there. And I'm looking at this policeman. This guy was so nice. Like he said, Sevo, ojja kusimba mabega. Boba toyagala kusimba mabega. Genda.
Get in the queue.
So people have got different tempers, different upbringings, and you will not expect them to behave the same.
Exactly.
But we will expect that this country will invest more in training its own personnel that represent the nation in terms of the Electoral Commission. And also spend time in telling people this is what you need to do, this is what you're supposed to do. These things were said here at UBC. But people also choose to watch different programs that they want. They prefer to watch things that has music or whatever, and they'll go away from the real information. That's why some people will come. But this has been said here
on radio, on TV.
So for me, such fights and disagreements over I support this one and we fight, those will always be there. They will always be there. The country has prepared that there is safety. The reason why there is safety is because me and you might get to disagree. You understand? And that happens. People fight on Manchester United and Arsenal.
They kill themselves.
And these are players they have never seen in real life.
Never even seen them.
You know, so such things will, but the precaution. For me, I was happy with the deployment this year, and but we should invest more, not to get people to come and be trained to work for Electoral Commission for just one day. You understand? They should know Electoral Commission has an umbrella, it has a significance in the country, and whoever wears that badge must represent professionally. Professionally. You understand? Sure. I voted from Uganda place. While I was voting, they were checking my name. This lady introduces herself very well, and she says, where's your ID? And I bring my ID, and she checks my ID. And luckily enough, this lady knew me. And she gets to see, okay, she tells me, go, and they give you the ballot. Now, at the ballot, I've received all the 3 ballot papers. Another person who's standing right behind comes and says, give me your ID. And I said, for what? And he says, I am an agent. I want to check. I say, where's your badge that says you are an agent? And the way the guy replied me, I said to you, I am not going to give you my badge unless you display yours. Because you're supposed to be there with something that shows that I am this and this.
Because that's an agent.
I have given my ID to the Electoral Commission and they have verified me. You're supposed to be there with the other person.
Not here.
So, but because I could understand that this one, my level of understanding and his level of understanding is very different. And this man said, sir, please go and vote. But to avoid such, the Electoral Commission must know that everybody that it deploys is now having an Electoral Commission face.
Yeah, but you also have raised the issue of agents for candidates.
Yes.
The person, because I've heard this story, this person saying, my agents were compromised.
Yes.
Because maybe you send them without lunch and someone has given them lunch. Then later on has told them, please sign here. And they have sold you out.
I have a scenario. Where one agent disappeared with all their declaration forms and said, they did not give us lunch.
Exactly. So that also means that the political parties have an obligation, have a responsibility to train their people.
That's
and to look after their agents.
Exactly. In fact, the civic education is not all about the Electoral Commission.
No, true.
The political parties should be interested in training their people, in telling them, like now, this education, voter education, the people in the political parties should have told their people, this is what's going to happen, this is going to happen, because they are more interested than even the Electoral Commission. The Electoral Commission is interested in the exercise, but for the political parties, they're interested in the win. And you are not going to have a win if you people don't know what to do. So I think, like you are saying, we have moved, done the moving, but we need, there's more that needs to be done, both as a country, but also at individual level. I mean, if you are an agent of a person, you should have been told how to carry yourself
That's right.
at the polling station. that at the end of it all, you ensure the safety of the exercise, because your candidate, if there is commotion and confusion at the polling station, you
risk
stand
the
to lose.
results to be tampered with.
Exactly. So to avoid all that, it is in the interest of the agent to ensure that the exercise is smooth. But like we said, we are still moving.
Work in progress.
Yeah, but now when you look at the issue, because you know when you have a no-show at the airport, you are penalized.
True.
And sometimes heavily, depending on the airline you are using. How can it come that there is a no-show for voters at a polling station? That you have been mobilizing people, that there will be, we are lucky that this time there has been a lot of enthusiasm. Yeah. But also praying that this enthusiasm will trickle down to the other subsequent elections. Because in this country we also have that problem of voter fatigue. That by the time you come to the elections of the local councils, the lines are empty. So I hope the mobilization can also continue, both by the Electoral Commission, but also the respective politicians. Now, down there may not even be having the political parties, because if you are not going to have an agent at a polling station, it means in that whole area you may not have a candidate for whatever position is there. It means therefore then the voter education has to continue, and this enthusiasm can continue, that we have these elections to the end. You remember last time the number of voters, the President Museveni won with about 7 million. Yeah. And the next NUP had about 3 million.
3 million.
So you are looking at about maybe people of about 15 million that voted. And you are talking of a population of how many people?
50. 45.
Exactly.
Yes, coming to 50.
Exactly. So you see that our elections can also be queryable. If you are out of 45 million, only 15 people are going to come to the polling station. So it means still there's a lot more, the movement you are talking about, to move, that Ugandans should definitely take charge of what they need to be done. Because if all Ugandans, you cannot, 45 out of 45, only 15 have voted. What about this other remaining 30? What if they voted, in fact, even if they voted for any other person outside of those who were there, you would have maybe a different result.
Probably, to come in there, the issue of having the biggest percentage of the population as youth and children, you could still subtract off the 20. Percentage of those who are not eligible to vote because of the age. They were under 18. But still then, that reminder still as...
The data becomes too big. Even if you have to take up, let's say take off 10 or minus.
It becomes 10, 20.
That's just quite too much. And what you said, this time around, we have actually seen a number of adult eligible voters not coming to vote.
The problem lies with the special delights.
They have gone to the villages. I'm telling you, this time around, we have a lot of youths that have gone to the polls than the adults. And there's a very, very, very big question. Number two, many people think that if I vote the president and the MP, it's done. And they will not come back on the other elections that are coming. And they don't know. We need now to be more until they vote the LC1 chairman. And they don't know that the LC1 chairman means a lot.
Yeah, to them.
The councillor, to them more than even, you know. And this is where
I think to come in, Doctor, it is a two-way traffic. I've noticed that you'll move from one area to another. I'm talking about the elections for local council.
Yeah, yeah.
There are areas you'll go to, and participation will be mob. Why? It actually depends on how much you as a candidate you put in when it comes to campaigning. The more you campaign, the more you lure people to get interested. Even when we talk about the level of presidency and members of parliament, the truth is, at that level, campaigns are more intense.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Campaigns are more intense, and that in itself raises a lot of interest. The packaging and branding is different. You have members of parliament, candidates, or even those standing in for presidency coming in with elaborate manifestos. So people pick interest. This time round, manifestos have been translated into local languages.
Yes.
For various parties. So even those who are not catered for in the previous elections, those who could not read English, this time round were able to know that candidate A, candidate B are going to do A, B, C, D for my area or for my constituency. So that in itself will lure a person to go and vote. But how many times, apart from the flyers and the posters, do you find an LC chairperson? I'm not saying doctor. Doctor has done that. Writing a manifesto that members of this village, I'm going to do A, B, C, and D in the entire 5 years or so for this area. Because that will lure members. What are times where you find people participating in big numbers is either they are tired of that leader. And you see, the dynamics at the lower level are different. I've seen in my home, Buloba, I've seen people in another party that are belonging in another party electing a person from another party.
Oh my God.
Intentionally, because of what this candidate has taken them through the time he was serving in his tenure.
Okay.
And telling him straight in his face, we are not going to vote you because you were very shoddy when it came to land issues. At the lower level, it is about accountability and about what you're going to do to serve people at that particular level. But getting back to the point of why you called it voters fatigue, voting fatigue, it's not that. At times it is the packaging and the branding at that level.
Let's see what is happening back in Zimbabwe. I think they are now announcing some of the results for the parliamentary elections that have come to the tally center. Of the program coming to you from UBC studios here in Kampala, highlighting what is happening, what has happened earlier in the day. Actually, that was yesterday because we are now crossed over in a new day. about how Ugandans went along carrying on their civic duty of electing the leaders who are going to lead us in the next 5 years in this country. We're now joined by Crispus Renitwe, who is coming to us from, where is Crispus? Hello, Crispus?
Yes, I'm online, yes.
Yeah, we are getting you all the way from Kanungu.
Yes, I'm coming to you live from Kanungu district.
Yeah, can you update us, please, what is happening there and how has been the situation from the time you were there this morning? Actually,
yes,
yesterday morning.
Yes, I'm coming to you live from Kanungu district, specifically at the district headquarters. Since yesterday, the polls went on well. On all the polling stations I was able to visit and even gather reports from, I must say that people were able to cast their vote well. Young and old, women, everyone actually was able to cast his or her vote peacefully, except some isolated incidents, like as I said yesterday, whereby some polling stations we are reported to have had some army officers coming, yet they were not invited. Ideally, according to the law, they are supposed to, for the army to come in and be deployed at a polling station, it must be from the invitation of the police.
You are saying visitors?
Yes. I'm saying some polling stations, there was some uninvited incidents whereby some army officers were deployed.
Okay.
Contrary to being allowed by the people who are manning the polling stations, because the army ideally is supposed to be deployed at a polling station if they are being invited by the police constables, perhaps if there's a chaos which has erupted and cannot be handled by the police. A case, maybe I can give an example, which was the Kayanja Catholic Church, that is in Kayungwe sub-county, where the minister in charge of ICT and the national guidance, where he was casting his vote. Upon arrival, he realized that there were some army officers who had been deployed there. He didn't know under whose order. So he questioned them, why are you here? Where they have police constables who have been deployed here. People are casting their vote peacefully. Why are you here? So the voters, of course, were also complaining that they are facing intimidation from the army officers who were passing around. They had guns. So there was some bit of chaos erupting there, questioning. Of course, they started, of course, to question why the army officers who deployed them. They called the people who had deployed them. The commanders started actually fidgeting with words, fumbling with words. And they had come in also. What happened is the army officers, upon interrogating them, they realized that the car which they had come in was a car belonging to the main rival of the Minister for ICT and the National Guidance. The rival is Mr. Sam Kajojo. He's the main rival. So it was not an ugly scenario until when the army officers had to flee because voters were actually.
Now, other than that, have there been any other noticeable incidents?
There's other notable incidents. Even in fact, it's not only that Catholic parish. It's not only that polling station where we had that scenario. Even some other polling stations. Minister of ICT actually yesterday he complained when I when I was actually speaking to us actually via the video camera, when I was actually asking him, interviewing him, he said that in Kanungu district there is a problem of deployment of army officers during polling activities. I think it has been like a case, it has been like an issue that has been bothering some of the candidates.
Okay.
And maybe also to paint for your picture, Kanungu district has got a total number of voters, 160,900 registered voters.
Okay.
So it's a big district having a big constituency of voters.
Okay.
And has got two counties, that is Chinchizi East and Chinchizi West. For Chinchizi East, we have got two main contenders. That is Honorable Dr. Chris Bariomunsi, the Minister for ICT and National Guidance. He's standing with, actually, his main rival is Mr. Sam Arenaito Kajosho, who is the incumbent local council 5 chairperson for Kanungu district.
Okay.
And in the primary, Honorable Chris Bariomunsi, actually, he's the one who won. He's the one who has the NRM flag. Then Mr. Sam Kajosho decided to come as an independent. So, they have about they have about 8 candidates actually who stood for Chinchizi East. So we have got some independent candidates also. Independent candidates.
Okay.
And
so far, how is the tallying?
The tallying is still ongoing. Results coming in indicate, of course, from the district returning officer, Mr. David Mukundani, are indicating that all the sub-counties of Chinchizi East, they seem to have all arrived. The sub-county supervisors are all here. They are all seated within the building, the room where the tallying is currently happening. Then there is some incident that is happening from Chinchizi West, where we have the incumbent, James Kaibaruka. He has the NRM flag. And of course, he is also having the main rival as John Ndungutse, retired police superintendent, some senior police officer who is standing with him. It's called John Ndungutse. So those are the people who are really tussling with so hard, of course, against each other. So we are having James Kaibaruka, who is the incumbent, having the NRM flag. And he's having John Ndungutse, who is an independent candidate. So they're the ones actually who are like neck to neck in terms of results coming in.
Okay.
But people are all here. Minister for ICT and National Guidance also here, seated inside the hall where they are reading the results coming in from the various sub-counties. So many sub-counties have been read. We're still listening. Every result that comes in, Mr. Mukundane David, the returning officer.
So from the results so far, provisionally read, how is the Minister for ICT performing?
Yeah, from the results, actually, the results which have been read, when you try to make a computation of all the polling stations, the results coming in, Minister for ICT, he's still in the lead.
Okay.
And I even don't see Mr. Sam Kajosho. He came in some time back, around like 1 a.m. He was seated inside here, but he later on actually went.
Okay.
But with the Minister for ICT, he's still in the lead. I can decisively say from the results, official results coming from the Electoral Commission.
Okay.
Returning officer for Kanungu district, the Minister for ICT, he's still in the lead.
Okay.
Also for Chinchizi West, the Honorable James Kaibaruka, who is the incumbent member of Parliament for Chinchizi West, is also still in the lead.
In the lead.
Then for the woman MP, Betty Namara, is also still in the lead.
Okay.
She is having a main competitor, who is the current woman MP, who is called Chinshawa Patience. She actually is also neck to neck with her.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I will be back to you when more results come in, or when they start announcing the official results of the winners. Please, I will have you so that Ugandans in the know of who is winning and who is coming to the next parliament in Kampala. Thank you so much for the results so far.
Thank you so much. I'll keep you posted as the results keep coming in.
You're welcome. So, gentlemen, you see how things are moving. Ndugu Dean, you are talking of the competition, the stakes. Part, I think, of the development to show that we are developing is also to see that competitiveness, that people now feel they should take lead, they should take the leadership, they should be there. Does that contribute to the development, or does that take away? Because one you do expect that maybe people will say the other person can go, he's better.
Elections that are recognized should have an element of competitiveness. Sham elections are normally either a landslide because there will be issues of either some people turning down the electoral process and leaving it to whoever wants to lead.
As long as you're not talking about the unopposed.
Exactly. I'm not talking about the unopposed. I'll come to that. But I'm shading a bigger picture. Yeah. Because the unopposed are few in Uganda. Yeah. And I want to assume that the unopposed are because of what they've done in their various either constituencies or regions. So they are being given that credit that please, we really need that service. So we cannot dare bring someone on board to stand against you. But the competition, the stiffness, most especially in the highly contested areas where you are seeing that even the results, people are still tallying, people are still making sure that what should be read as that last vote or number is the actual vote for the would-be winner. That is a sign of growth in that particular area and in the Republic of Uganda.
Sure.
When you look at the voting process and the history of the votes in Uganda, we've had always a neck-to-neck kind of thing. Right away from 1958, the seats, because by then they were considering seats, there wasn't a very big margin between who was first and who was second. And that is very healthy in the environment of elections.
Sure.
Since then, up to today, we've had a percentage that does not call for an alarm whether we really had an election. Issues where you have someone winning by 99%, we've had countries where people are winning by 99, 98. That's not the issue in Uganda. The issue in Uganda is you have a 60, you have a 30, you have a 50, you have a 30 something, and that is healthy for Uganda. And we've had incidents where things have changed, where you've had something raised from the opposition's manifesto and then being implemented
by a government,
by the party that has won the election. That is very important as a country, and as a country that is looking at development through democratic means.
Well, I want to add on something that just slightly. Competition is very healthy, and it's very important for any growth to happen. There should be competition, just like in any atmosphere, even in school. If you don't compete, your results will always be, that competition helps to notch down the child's brain to the last. But then we need to get down to the aspect of what are we competing and what is this competition for?
And even who is competing?
Yeah, because if it is leadership, and that means we are needed to put ideas and philosophers that these people see that is going to help these people to get to point B. But then if it becomes a money competition, then that's a problem.
Different thing.
You understand? If I can be able to buy out someone because I have money, then it ceases to be a competition. It's something else. It ceases to be a competition. It's just like if I want someone to vote for me, and the only thing I need to do is give them money to vote for me, then I'm not competing for that seat. I'm actually buying that seat. And it's the same thing. If my competitor, we are supposed to show the world the ideas, what we're supposed to do if we are in that office to make better the lives of other people, and I shut my opponent down because of money, then it ceases to be a competition. So we need to itemize what kind of competition are we talking about here. Because we have candidates that are at play, we have elections that are ongoing, but the element of who has more money is actually killing the competition that we're looking for.
Yeah.
Just to add on what Dr. Big Sam is putting across, he's raised the issue of money. I'm also bringing in what we call the lenience vote, where the voters know that this particular candidate does not qualify, will not even probably say a thing at the floor of parliament. Just for the sake.
Oh, yeah.
You see?
Oh, yeah. Just for the sake.
Yes, just for the sake. The person is not going to work for that constituency. He's just being gifted at the expense of the whole constituency. Remember, when this person is voted into a position, is not only serving the members of that party, but he's serving the citizens in that particular constituency. He's supposed to advocate for the missing things in that particular constituency. And the only tool he has or she has is to get on the floor of parliament and discuss up issues. This person will spend an entire 5 years without debating or deliberating anything on the floor of parliament. That person is a liability to that constituency. So we have the issue he has raised of people buying out others, but also the lenience vote. Please, let's take this man. Just you look at him. Alieko.
There's one person who had that as the theme of his campaign. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Those are some of the issues, salient issues, that as we are still in work in progress, those are some of the issues our voters, the citizens of this country, that have to look into. Because at the end of the day, you see, one funny thing is, if a road is not in Kajansi, and probably you elected such a person, then they will point a finger to someone else.
That's right. That's right.
Probably the head of state. But he can't be everywhere. You elected someone to stand in, to represent you as a constituency, to bring out your grievances, to bring out everything you lack in that particular constituency. But this person can't express him or herself at the floor of parliament.
No, but you guys, you are lucky. You just next parliament here, and you have seen the type of quality that exists in this house. Sometimes you wonder whether it is because of the numbers, or is it because Kampala is very far from certain places that when people get to town here are so mesmerized. I heard of a story, I mean an expression of one of them who was, they were talking about him as the only time he would open his mouth was when he was going to eat or kiss. But that is all for the 5 years that the guy was in parliament. But also, I think you also talked about something to do with accountability. Why some of these people are not, because we have been following these campaigns, we have not had the interaction of the citizens. Asking these people, you promised this, what have you done? You promised us this, where is it? I think this campaign has been more or less a one-sided story where people come and tell you blah, 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 and the time is going up, it's already late, we have to go. But I think we need also that kind of interaction where citizens are going to task their leaders to tell us what is happening. So I think we can get back to Ivan. Is it Ivan? Yes, Ivan is already online to tell us what is happening in the constituency where he is. Ivan, if you are hearing us, please can you update us what is happening where you are?
Thank you, James Mututa. I'm told you are with Big Sam and Mr. Chibirige. I want to inform you people that the people of Zimbabwe have been following the proceedings of this election process via our Uganda Broadcasting Corporation platform and even the people online. This is a trusted source of information that they have been following all the way through since yesterday. In Zimbabwe district, as of now, it is 1 minute to 5 a.m. They are yet to announce any kind of results in Zimbabwe district, both for all the 4 constituencies in the area and Zimbabwe district as is. At the moment, the returning officer is still tallying some of the results, and he has been announcing them time and again while people are here witnessing them. I have ably interacted with some of the candidates who are in the race, and apparently 2 of them, that is Nina Rose, the NUP woman member of parliament candidate, and Vegumiza have identified issues of vote rigging and as well as the failure of the BVVK machines, alleging that this process has not been free and fair, citing issues of intimidation by the security agencies and as well other challenges. But in response, the returning officer said his role here is to read the results so that the agents can compare the results he has and theirs so that they can synchronize and there is no any form of inconvenience regarding that specific aspect. Now, as we are here, we have already had results from the presidential candidates from the constituencies in the district and even the directly elected members of parliament and even the women representatives of parliament. But still, we are still waiting for the returning officer to as well read more results that are yet to be read out to us. Now, one thing I would really like to tell you about is there are certain people who have been disgruntled in this entire process. There is a member of parliament, the one who is contesting under the independent ticket, Mary Begumisa, who clearly stated that she had called the Electoral Commission chairperson, but he was not picking her phone calls, yet she wanted to pass over some kind of information that would perhaps try to intervene in the situation that was on ground. But I am also told by my colleagues that in Maogola County, where there is a Daisy Viuma, Goreti Namoga of NUP, Dumba Dennis Independent, Morris Muchibi. There was a little bit of chaos and there were confrontations. I was informed it was not really good for the eye in that side of Mawogola County. But in other areas of Mawogola North, where Aine Kaguta, the NRM flag bearer, is contesting with other 5, that is Chigongo, Francis, Chigonya, Angela, Liazi Moses, Tumweba Zejet, and as well Twine John. But from the preliminary results, for those who have been here, specifically for the Remiaga County, one thing we have realized that General Emmanuel Rwashande has been beating the rival Theodore Sechikubo with a very big margin in some of the polling stations. There are polling stations where Theodore Sechikubo has gotten zeros, while Rwashande is having over 300 votes. So in the look of things for that specific electioneering, temporarily you could say Ebel Rwashande is very, very ahead of Theodore Sechikubo. But for the woman member of parliament representatives, it's still a tight race. It's still ongoing. That one I'll wait for the returning officer to at least give us an update regarding what is happening regarding that specific women seat representation in parliament. But here we are still waiting for updates from the returning officer, and we shall keep here. Wait until we are told who will represent the people of Sembabule and all the other 4 constituencies in parliament for the next 5 years. But when they were reading out the results of the presidential candidates, you know, we have 8 presidential candidates, but the race mostly was tied between President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni and as well Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu. These are the 2 people who are having some votes in specific areas. However, the only presidential candidate who did not get a 0 in this election is, for this perspective of Sembabule and all the other 4 constituencies, is Yoweri Museveni. But all the other candidates, at least each one of them has not been voted in a given polling station. But we shall officially wait for the results from the returning officer. What I'm explaining to you is circumstantial, and it's dependent on the observations I've been making while I was still in this territory. As of now, that's the update I can give you, but as we move along, I will keep you posted regarding any form of development. As the people of Zimbabwe, I know, are waiting to hear from their sitting rooms who has won and who has not performed well, what do they expect these leaders to do, and what next after this.
Now, Ivan, before you go, we would like to know, did these presidential candidates have agents in these polling stations where you happen to pass? Hello, Ivan. Oh, maybe he didn't get us. Why not find out? Were they agents in these places, or like they said, there's been a confusion that some people have not been able to go and vote, but an agent, I think, will do all that they can to get to the polling station for their...
8 candidates, and 7 of them have gotten a 0. That is from Zimbabwe here.
Yeah.
Maybe the polling agents did not vote for their candidates. That's the only explanation I can give. That even your own wife doesn't trust you.
Yeah, that happens. We have seen that happen. But I think, like we were saying again, we'll go back to it, that the agent, the candidates also need to be serious. To the extent that you can get a 0 in a polling station in a country when you have had signatures from these places. Were some of these signatures forged, or they came from people from across the country. Even the 2/3, that's a lot of population.
That's a lot, yeah.
So who was signing on some of these signature, these documents? But like you were saying,
well, maybe at the start, you can easily convince someone to come behind you, even before they hear what you're going to do, and maybe along the way, the people that signed for them, they say, this guy has no content. And the candidates use money. They use money, sign for me here. You have money. You understand?
Yeah, that's
and
true.
when the reality comes,
because sometimes you may not see what are you losing by signing on someone's paper.
Yes.
And in exchange maybe of 10,000, and Ugandans can do that
Yeah.
generously. And then when it comes to the voting, you have your candidate.
It's a private vote. It's secret.
Just like we said, we have moved the journey, and now we are at a point of looking at the things that are still challenging us to get to the point where we need to be. And one of them is what Doctor is talking about, not having agents at every polling station for every candidate that stands for presidency or for MP, whatever it is. So those are some of the few things. Fronting, we previously were talking about money issues, buying out candidates, fronting candidates at a lenience ticket. Those are the things that are still deterring Ugandans and voters to reach the level where we need to be in this process of of this democratic process of voting. Yes, we've moved as far, but there are still issues that need to be addressed. And some of these issues can only be addressed, by the way, by one, revisiting the Act, the EC Act, amending the rules and regulations that prepare a candidate to be to become a candidate of a particular position. So we are yet to be there, but some of these issues are still a challenge. And unless addressed, like the rest have been addressed with time, you'll find that they will keep recurring.
Yes. And maybe another point that is very, very key. I remember I started by telling you about the Muluka chief. For one to be a Muluka chief, in those days, you needed to be a stakeholder. You had to have a home in that vicinity, a business in that vicinity, a garden in that vicinity, and those Muluka chief people, they had maybe 3 wives or whatever in that area. Now, we're coming to today's election. Someone leaves Kampala, goes to campaign for Chegegwa. He don't live there. He goes and rents a property there because he wants to win an election. You understand? He's not a stakeholder actually in that place. But he has seen he can maneuver things around there and things work for him. Now that's what causes a zero. Because those guys will accept you, but they know you're not from here. And they will not vote. You understand? And it's happening. It's very common in Uganda. Very, very common. Someone stays in a different district, but he sees that maybe there's potential in Masaka.
Yeah.
He lives here and goes to start campaigning from Masaka. Or maybe he has done a lot of wrong things in this district, and he knows here
needs to be somewhere where they see him as a new face.
Sometimes it's the money. A person comes with money, and you know Ugandan is, once you begin floating money, they will definitely call you your man, though they're a woman, and they will give you the vote. I've seen this happen in some cases, and of course the law is not also very bad on that. As long as you are a voter, you don't even have to have a house in the place, because you have to be within the next 6 months.
That's true. That's true.
You have gone to parliament. So, and I think we have moved fine, but it is also now need to be more conscious and more democratic consciousness, so that when you are voting a person, it's not just sending them to go and eat like the other, but also the issue of saying, let him also go and eat, because the one who has been there has
did not also do anything. So I know one MP who spent 3 years in the United States. 3 years. He was voted, she was voted, sworn in, was in office for about a couple of months, and got a chance to get a visa through UNA. And went
never came back
and started processing citizenship. That's the whole time she was not here. I know another councillor in Kajansi, where I come from. He came from Nansana, came to Kajansi, won the election. He's in Canada.
In fact, you're right. We have heard that many of the councillors, I think in KCC here,
yes,
are either in Canada or US,
yes,
or something like
yes,
that. In fact, I know of one who also told the voters that if God helps her to go through and she can be an MP, she's heading to Canada, never to come back. I'm seeing the results that she's likely to have lost. So that may not happen for her. But that also shows the level of awareness, especially when it comes to the voters. In fact, one was suggesting that maybe we go back to the electoral colleges, that a few people will come and decide on behalf of the others. Maybe it will work than having everyone involved, because your vote and my vote and the vote of someone somewhere else you would even not imagine counts and is the same.
Yes.
So much so that maybe if the electoral college will sit down and will say, but this man or this woman were giving this vote, is it worth to give him, or we can give to the other person?
And maybe we also need to, the government or the country needs to put money into teaching the community the importance, the role of all these office bearers. What is the role of a parliamentarian? Do people in the village know that this is what he's supposed to do? Before they vote in someone they don't know. You understand? Before I just vote in my friend into office, do I actually know what that office does? You understand? Because if people know that this is the role of a woman member of parliament, this is what she's supposed to do, we expect 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things from her. And they go down. This is the expectation of the councillor. This is what you're supposed to do. And these are the expectations. And the people at home get to know, so that they can vote someone that they know this is what we need to demand from you. You understand? But can you imagine that someone goes to parliament and promises them that as I get into parliament, I'm going to make sure that we build a school here. That is not a role of
I'll build a school.
Yeah, it is so bad that even the candidates themselves don't know what they're supposed to do. Because they're the ones that are telling people that, for me, once you vote for me, the issues of the roads will be sorted. And we say this man has been in the parliament, or this woman, but look at the roads. That's an MP. You will see the council also talking about the same, talking about the schools. And you know, these are things which they are not supposed to do. Now, you can
build a church.
Exactly, and that's why you see when finally a tractor arrives and he comes to work on this road, everyone is going to jump on that tractor. trust me.
As his input. Or her
Exactly.
input.
They'll come and take a video as it's called. I was here. No,
Exactly.
This is so bad.
Yes, because the level of ignorance is not only among the electorate, but also those being elected. But of course, you cannot be wiser than the community where you belong. So that whatever happens there is also what you come up with.
So
but
bad.
also, I think there must be that education to the people who are voting, so that when a man or woman comes to tell you, I'm going to do this, you can dispute. But for now, if with limited information, you may not be able to do that. But the issue of money, that is where people declare their budgets under the sources of their funds. That I'm going to spend 1 billion on this election, and this is how I got this money, which I'm going to spend.
Yes.
In here, we have that problem. A person spends a lot of money, and you can tell the salary of a member of parliament. Now, even if the 5 years that this person is going to be in parliament cannot recover that money. So where are you spending this money? And where are you getting this money from? And I think the next discussion should also, as we evolve more in our democratic dispensation, it is also important to ask some of these questions and to lay bare, if you are going to stand, like we said, 20 million, if you're only worth 20 million sincerely, and you're going to lead people who are billions, then your credibility shouldn't be hinged on 20 million.
Yeah.
It is also important now to discuss how people are getting this money. They are being funded. Who is funding you to have a billion that you are going to put in an election where we know you, by the end of your 5 terms, you are not even going to get that money back, and then you want to come back. And indeed, we have seen some of them after they go for the first term. You are seeing some of them how they're struggling now because they are not they cannot raise that money to get back to parliament with that money. So I think that issue of budgeting and the disclosure of the funds has to be thought about.
That's right. That's very right. That's very true.
Yeah, coming to that, James, the issue of knowing how much you're worthy is very important. What is your worth in terms of what you're earning is very key, because I've heard of candidates who actually go for loans
I know.
in banks to make sure that they can sustain the campaign season. And by doing that, much of the time is spent on actually paying back the loan and the debt, more than working for the people that actually elected him in office. So it's a very big challenge.
A very big one. Very, very big one.
Because then, you know, you are servicing a loan, and you have, the constituents, people are dying, are wedding, are going to school, are sick, and they will need some support from you, definitely, because that's how we have also how we have trained our people, that when you are an MP, you have to do all the things. And like I said, someone will disappear until the 4th year in the term that he can come back. Because
can you believe they can actually vote you in power or in office because you bury a lot of people, dead people on the village? And they will people will give that reason. So and so. Really?
In my place, there's one who was voted because they drink together.
Really? Yeah. So I think we need to do better than that. We need to do better than that, man. We need to do better than that. Oh my God!
But I think that also means that there must be another form of civic education to our people. But that also means that even the members of parliament should explain themselves better to the electorate. Say, you are going to vote for me, but this is what I can do, and this is what I cannot. So, but I can maybe lobby with the government. I'll be able to make budgets. So that when the government is budgeting, I can push for a position that my road can also be put on the budget for the next financial year or something like that. So that in the 5 years you are spending there, maybe by the end you will have been able to put 1 or 2. But taking a blanket as the source of all the development, it might not be able to happen. We will be getting more information when it comes to the updates of colleagues who are out there in the field, but now I see it is coming to dawn. It means that now we shall be having fresh declarations from some of the polling stations and in tallying centers across the country. And for us, in the next few minutes, we shall be handing over to the new team that will be coming in, and they will be updating you when all this happens. So, but gentlemen, what do we expect from the new parliament?
Very good one. That's a very good one. What has the old parliament not done? Maybe we need to start from there. Answer. What did they do? And along the way, actually, you will also find out that we're going to lose credible material that would be in parliament, because someone does not belong to this party, and we're going to lose such credible people that are parliament material, but because they don't subscribe to what we believe in.
Yeah.
One of the things that I believe that the parliament of this season has not done is they have not represented Uganda and the places where they come from very well. They have made the parliament as a play stand. Anything that wants to be a joke should be in parliament. That's why they're not taken serious. I think there should be a redefinition of parliament from the new parliamentarians that are going to sit. And if it takes going back to the old ethics and pull out that document and we reread it and study it, because I know for sure that when the swearing in is done, they will always go for an induction somewhere. They will be called somewhere for induction, but they will be telling them on how to spend the money they're giving them first. You know, how to dress up good. But what is the ethic of the real parliament obligation for a Ugandan? For me, that's what I want to go back to. You understand? A parliament where it is not about fighting for opposition stuff and no, but a parliament that is going to work for Uganda. Not to say who talks more, who belongs to which party. For me, the old parliament that is going out, that is what they have done. Show themselves out. But we have not benefited as a nation to define the proper picture of a parliament.
I've seen a lot of recently, especially in the US, where there have been a number of bills to vote on in the House. You see Democrats and Republicans crossing the floor and voting together against their running government or their positions. Do we see this parliament that is coming crossing floors and voting either with the NRM or with the opposition on the positions? I highly doubt, because it is like the foundations are being laid stronger. But we'll see that, like we said, there are some issues that are across the board. They don't segregate. Whether you are in a movement or you are in the opposition, you don't need to kill your head so much, because the issue is always for all of us. So for me, I would also want to see that people discuss issues in a sober way.
Thank you.
If it is a position that has been brought by the movement, it can be subject to discussion. If it is brought by the opposition, it can be subject to discussion. And we vote as Ugandans on some of this particular. For me, that's what I would wish to see in Parliament.
Personally, I think in the forthcoming Parliament, we are going to see some amendments
Of the
done
Constitution.
For the current rules and regulations for elections.
Okay.
If I'm not wrong, if I stand to be corrected, the former leader of opposition, Honorable Mpuga, talked about issues of making reforms on elections. And I think that will come out this time round. I don't know who will steer it, but I think it will. Because we have to move to another level. As I said, we are at a level where we can't drop in terms of democracy. But at the same time, we are at a level where we should be seen to be moving forward. And that calls for reforms. One, given the technological advancements, the digital age dictates a lot of things. But also the issues we've pinpointed here, which people should be candidates, issues of money, issues of all of that. You need reforms, because when you do, you get, if you do some amendments, then the reforms will be triggered. The change will be seen. There will be an impact on how things will be done.
We're talking of reforms. People think have been murmuring about it when they said, I think there could be a change where the president can be voted by parliament.
By parliament, true.
And some people were like, wow, how can that? But I was telling some people, said, for me, it is just the system. You can either go parliamentary or you can go presidential. Either of them will give you the
But
results.
previously, we were talking about history here.
Yeah.
The party with the most seats, the chairman would become the leader, the executive leader. That is how people like Beni Chiwanuka and Dr. Milton Obote became
leaders in this
the
country.
leaders.
Yeah. Yeah, so it is just, you just need to in fact, for me, like I was saying, that maybe when you sit parliament down to vote, regardless of what happens, it will be a more sober vote, because people will say, we are going to give you this, but you should also be able to do this. Accountability will be forced there and then. Then when you go to the villages, like the money that is spent for people flying all over this country looking for votes to be presidents, I think that money can be saved. But still, once you have the majority in parliament, you are as good as a government. So it is just a matter whether we go through a referendum or parliament can sit down to decide, but that a decision like that one will need a referendum for Uganda to decide now whether, like we decide whether we go multi-party or we go single party or we remain the movement. We can now decide whether we go presidential system or we go multi-party. These are all democratic platforms that are already working in some other countries. So it is not new in any place, but it seems that it just needs people, like we said, to think nationalistic, not thinking for you as a person, as a political party, as long as we are all having a discussion as at a national level. Me, I see nothing wrong with it. Because like you said, we have had a history, in this country. When DP, I think it was KY that had to unite with the UPC.
It had a coalition government with the UPC.
With the UPC, and they had to do that. And initially DP had even won the election. So these are all systems. So gentlemen, we are winding up. What should be our take today as what we expect from the results tomorrow now?
To start with, I will start with the presidential candidates. It is from the results we've received, and I want to thank our colleagues in the field Ivan Mugoya in Kololo, or Ra up Namfuka in the east. They've done a credible job of reporting and of sending in information and updates about the results and how elections transpired in the various parts of the country. It is evident that candidate Museveni is in the lead as per the results.
Yeah.
And it is also evident that there are two people that are closely competing. That is the candidate for NRM at that level, the president of this country, and Honorable Kyagulanyi, the NUP leader. But what is, because I'm a person of statistics, there's one clear thing that in as much as each one is leading in a certain area or a certain region, but there's one that is leading with vast margins.
Yes.
And that in itself will tell who the winner will be after all votes in the various regions of the country are tallied and read out by the chief returning officer, who is the EC boss. Because we've seen areas where one is leading with a margin of 200 or 300, and the one who is second is in 20s or even 60s.
Oh, zero.
Yes. And then you have another one who is leading by 60, but the other one has 30. Yes. So that difference tells you who actually will take the ballot.
Yes.
Because there will be areas where there will be almost 50-50.
Yeah.
But by those margins, you can see where we are going. Then the members of parliament, it is still a 50-50 kind of thing. One, it is evident that the ruling party will still maintain the majority number of representatives in the August House, that is the next parliament. So, but of course we are going to see some casualties. We've already heard of some casualties, and that is the nature of politics.
Talking of casualties on that, so far we have seen that a number of flag bearers, especially from the NRM group, may not make it to parliament. Now, I think this also has to do with the issues that came up during their primaries.
Yeah.
That it's possible that there were some problems with the management of the elections at the primary level. Because if you got, I had one who got 30,000 votes actually during the primaries, but I think as we speak, she could not raise even 10,000 for the general election. Then you wonder, like he said, maybe 20 along the way discovered that this person was not the person they would want, or that there were issues at that level that they were not able to.
James, people are funny, but as democracy dictates, power belongs to the people. You can never know the semantics of a particular region while people are electing their leaders. They may use, let me use the military terminology, they may use you as a decoy in the primaries to wake up this person that man, be careful, we still have the power. But then again, they turn out to elect that particular person for the seat. But also, this brings about another picture, and a very clean picture, that some parties have actually embraced people who become independent.
Yeah.
Others have had zero tolerance about independence. But they've been taught a lesson too, that at times the person who becomes a CASA, an independent from your party, you may need that person. I'll give a very vivid example of Busiro East, where you had 3 contestants from the same party. One was bolted out because of his academic qualification. Another one was the incumbent, but who didn't get a ticket. And another one was also part of the party, but did not receive the ticket. And by the time the one who received the ticket was thrown out from contesting, these two had become independent.
That's right. Yeah.
So you're in a scenario where you want to follow this person. And of course we had people saying, I will rally behind candidate so and so. But he's an independent. He's an independent. So there have been lessons. We've learned some lessons.
And then we have seen even before from the political parties themselves rally behind the independent.
Exactly.
Saying, against their own flag bearer, which means that even at the party level, there is that confidence problem that this person, well, has a flag, but maybe it's not the right person.
He's not the right person to represent us.
How do you do it in your election?
Every election has got deep dives and jumps. So you maneuver things the way you see them. And for me, I don't want to say there is a formula on how, whenever there is a scenario like that, you maneuver the way it has come. You understand? But it's also very important that we should also note that these people that are independent, after they have left their parties, they did not leave because of the party.
Yeah.
They left because of a particular individual that pissed them off in the party. And if they managed to go through, 90% are chances that these people will go back
to the where they came from.
Sure. It's one of those ways that parties have to be open hand to welcome, not put a lock in there to say that, hey, if nothing happens, you're out. No. We need a scenario whereby we get everybody to work together. Because at the end of the day, after the elections, 5 years are not for the party.
Exactly.
5 years are for Uganda.
Sure. Yeah, because whether in a party or out of the party, the ultimate is to get to parliament.
Yes, yes.
And we have seen many of the people coming up with the outfits to help them get to parliament. And you see them decamping, moving from one organization into another for purposes. So when I go to FDC and I realize FDC is not going to facilitate that to parliament, I'll look for another. But I think because of that, the personal issues, we're now seeing the the independents, the number of independents
Yes,
increasing.
that's right.
At
That's
every,
right.
in fact, even this time, I'm sure we're going to have them more than we had last time.
Last time.
Yeah, but that also means that political parties need to move. The Dean was talking about the democratic move, that now even the political parties also need to have that movement, that they mature in what they are doing, so that these issues can, the in-house can address some of these issues before they get out of hand or people going for each other's neck. Yeah, so that is going to be important. That's some of the expectations that we are now looking at the new parliament. Now, for me, one thing which I want the parliament to look at is the issue of workers, because when you become a member of parliament as a worker, you must have resigned before you join parliament.
Yes. True.
But people, you are being elected as a worker to go and represent workers in parliament. Now the law says before you go to parliament as a worker, as a government worker, you must have resigned. But that to me is contradictory. You are going to ask to represent, but you have to resign from being a worker. So you are resigning being one of us to go and represent.
That's a nice one. That's it. So what do you think? You're saying you should keep both jobs?
You know, you should be a worker. You may not necessarily have to resign, but you must be a worker. Then you are going to represent us as a worker. But if you are going to resign as a worker, then you are no longer you are no longer one of us. Because even at a party level, if a person is from the movement and goes to parliament and joins FDC or joins SNUP, then is recalled, because it's no longer one of them that who send them to parliament. So for me, definitely, I'm looking at that one. That if I were in parliament, I would go for that.
I'm also thinking, and I think I may be biased, but this is what I think. We've had issues where committees are formed in parliament.
In parliament, yeah.
And I will take the industry in which we are, the industry of the media, where you find that honorables that have got radios, that have got TVs, seated on those committees. If you go outside of this country, if you benchmark with democratic countries which we deem or which we think are high up in terms of democracy, in such situations, they are what we call conflict of interest issues. You should be free from that to be on such a committee. Otherwise, you'll start competing directly with issues that probably you're deliberating on issues pertaining UCC, which does play a media function, or you're deliberating on UBC, which does play a media function.
Yeah, but even besides that, it is also, you can't be a member of parliament when you are also doing business. And that sometimes you end up doing business with the government.
True.
Because it's then assumed that you will be compromising the systems to get your way.
True.
Because we know of members of parliament who are doing construction works and they are getting government contracts to do the works, and they are paid. Maybe by proxy, they may not be doing themselves, but through their proxies. So, like we said, if you are saying that a civil servant to be able to go for elections should have resigned, then I think it is also fair that some of these rules are also enforced to you yourself. But also the other thing which I also would wish to see this parliament working on is the issue of salaries. That you don't sit now to say now for us we have to be paid so much and so be it. There must be some arbitrator, someone outside that organization. Otherwise, then the foxes will sit down to say that tomorrow we are going to attack this village and eat all the sheep, and they will do it. Yes. So this is one of the things that I also want to see is that there is a separate entity that determines the salaries of members of parliament, that you don't yourself sit, because then you are being unfair to the rest of us. Civil servants, when do we sit down and also decide that we should be paid so much? Someone else has to decide depending on the resources around. But for you, you come and decide, and so everyone then wants to end up in parliament. But that is not the ultimate where people can serve the country. I'm sure people can serve this country in very many other capacities. But because of that money that is tagged to the position, everyone would want to sit there.
Man, I can't agree with you less. We're spending a lot of money on members of parliament in this country. And at the end of the year, when you look at what has been done vis-a-vis what we have paid, the taxpayers' money, I think it calls for receipting and work out the salaries. Uganda is a growing economy, but we're living like the economy is already there. You understand? And that's why everybody wants to go to parliament. Exactly. I think so. You know, sure. And it's so easy to go to parliament as long as you have senior six. It's easy to work.
Can jump from school and
you know. So I think we need to regulate their salaries. There's a lot of benefits that the parliament gets. There's quite a lot of things that come with money, and the taxpayer money, the taxpayer is the one paying. And the number one, the members of parliament are too many.
Yeah, sure.
For this small country. And I'm saying it again, there are too many for this small country. And they're getting paid too much.
For the economy we're heading.
For the economy that we're having. And that should be visited. I don't know whether they can visit it themselves. But I don't think so.
It may not be possible because then it will be the Baganda say enkima tekolachi.
Tesaragwa chibira. All right, all right.
The enkima may not saragwa chibira. These are some of the things that definitely we are looking at, and I hope some of them will be looked at as the new administration comes in, as the new parliament comes in, as the new government comes into office, and then we will have a lot of things happening up there. As we approach this top of the hour, we seem to be winding up our broadcast. And we will be back maybe later in the evening again, but the new team will be coming in and they will be updating us on the presidential tallying and the parliamentary results tallying from all the tally centers across the country, and also be updating us on the announcements that will be coming in, especially for members of parliament who will be announced at the various tallying centers. And we thank you who have been with us all this long, from the deep of the morning to early morning now. And the good morning team will be coming in now. And on behalf of the production team and those who have been behind the camera, those who have been the control, and the team that is across Uganda to bring us this broadcast, we thank you, and thank you, gentlemen, for the time that you have been here. And we hope it's going to be another good day, and we'll be back later with our viewers. We say we are stopping here for now, but we are not going nowhere. Stay tuned. UBC is bringing you more programs and more updates on this election of 2026. Thank you so much.
Kawanda Church of Uganda Primary School. Aine Godfrey Kaguta, 179. Chigongo Francis, 0. Chigonya Angela, 2. Giaz Moses, 5. Temataidi, 0. Tumewazejet John, 72. Twine John, 0. Kasonji Church of Uganda Primary School. Frekaguta 165. Chigongo Francis 3. Chigonya Angela 12. Giaz Moses 0. Semataidi 0. Tumewa the Jet 35. Fine Ezra 0. Chetume Playground. Aina Godfrey Kaguta 96. Chigongo Francis 1. Chigonya Angela 1. Yaz Moses 1. Sema Taidi 0. Tumewa the Jet 79. Twine John 1. Ushoborwa Chitaurizi. Aina Godfrey Kaguta 83. Francis Chigonya Angela 0. Chigonya Angela 2. Yaz Moses 0. Semata 0. Tumewa the Jet 34. Twine John Ezra 0. Nakasagas Trading Center. Aina Godfrey Kaguta 108. Chigongo Francis 8. Chigonya Angela 2. Yaz 0. Yaz 1. Semata 0. Tumewa the Jet 15. Twine John 0. Kasonji B Trading Center. Aina Godfrey Kaguta 129. Chigongo Francis 1. Chigonya Angela 4. Yaz Moses 0. Semata 0. Tumewa the Jet 24. Twine John Ezra 1. Serinya Primary School. Aina Godfrey Kaguta 184. Chigongo Francis 1. Aina Godfrey Kaguta 184. Chigongo Francis 1. Chigonya Angela 3. Yaz 1. Semata 0. Tumewa the Jet 83. Twine John Ezra 0. Makugwe Trading Center. Aina Godfrey Kaguta 144. Chigongo Francis 0. Chigonya 10. Chigonya 1. Chigonya 10. Riaz 1. Semataidi 0. Tumewa the Jet 37. Twine John 0. Kavrasoke Community Grounds. Aina Godfrey Kaguta 41. Chigongo Francis 0. Chigonya Angela 0. Yaz Moses 0. Semataidi 0. Tumewa the Jet 27. Twine John Ezra 0. Chukuma Dungu Catholic Church. Aina Godfrey Kaguta 78. Chigongo 0. Chigonya 0. Yaz 0. Semata 0. Tumewa the Jet 70, Twine John 0. Kasozi Community Grounds, Aine Godfrey Kaguta 84, Chigongo 0, Chigonya 1, Gas 0, Semata 0, Mwebaze Jet 76, Twine John 0. Obutugu Chitaurizi, Aine Godfrey Kaguta 70, Chigongo 0, Chigonya 0, Gas 0, Semata 0, Mwebaze Jet 38, Twine John 0. Rutunku B at Polytechnical Playground, Nabut Z. Aine Godfrey Kaguta 80, Chigongo 0, Chigonya 0, Yaz 0, Semata 0, Mwebaze Jet 78, Twine John 0. Rutunku B at Polytechnical Playground, A to Nabuk, Aine Godfrey 66, Chigongo Francis 0, Chigonya Angela 0, Chigonya Angela 0, Yaz 0, Semata 0, Mwebaze Jet 82, Twine John 0. Rutunku A at Community Grounds, Aine Godfrey Kaguta 70, Chigongo Francis 0, Chigonya 0, Yaz 0, Semata 0, Mwebaze Jet 63, Twine John 0. Chartagisha Chitauriz, Aine Godfrey Kaguta 44, Chigongo Francis 0, Chigonya Angela 0, Yaz Moses 0, Semata Idi 0, Mwebaze Jet 32, Twine John Ezra 0. Nabinoga Primary School, Aine Godfrey Kaguta 87, Chigongo Francis 0, Chigonya 0, Yaz 1, Semata 0, Mwebaze Jet 70, Mwebaze John 0. Chamgoa Full Gospel Church, Aine Godfrey Kaguta 75, Chigongo 0, Chigonya 1, Yaz 6, Semata 0, Mwebaze Jet 33, and Twine John 0. Congo 0, 01, yes. Chigonya Angela 4, Yaz 2, Semata 0, Mwebaze John 37, Twine John Ezra 0. Rukwasi Catholic Church, Aine Godfrey 78, Chigongo Francis 1, Chigonya 9, Yaz 1, Semata 0, Mwebaze 48, Twine 1. Yaruhanga Farm. Aina Godfrey Kaguta 75. Chigongo Francis 0. Chigonya Angela 1. Giazi Moses. Giazi Moses 0. Sema Taidi 0. Mwebaze Jet 11. 51 0.
Tally Center. The returning officers just read and declared results for directly elected members of parliament, that is in Maogola North. All right, my producer is saying that we are already on air. Thank you so much, Samuel Senono. Now, we are at the Tally Center, that is in Sembabule district, but I am still with one of the observers, but who is also a journalist. Mr. Nicholas, and we want to understand from him how has it been as a journalist to disseminate information to the audience. How has he been able to relay all the information that is gathering on ground so that it reaches the audience that he serves? So kindly take us through. You went to the polling stations very early in the morning. You gathered all the information you had. How were you able to communicate that information given the fact that the internet had been shut down?
My friend Ivan Kawa, Ugandan is watching UBS TV. What I can say, cutting off the internet was very unfortunate. It was very disappointing and heartbreaking. In fact, I can say, especially the Access to Information Act, which is part of us as journalists. It gave us at the time as journalists to disseminate the information as we were on our job doing the work of disseminating the information. Because you had to write SMSs, SMS takes a lot of time to compile a lot of information. So if we had the internet on, we could use our PCs, type the information, very well compiled, and then you send to your bosses. But then with using a mere phone, the phones can jam. A lot of problems using a lot of airtime. You could reach a place with urgent information, but when you find yourself the airtime is already off, it was very unfortunate, and it gave us at the time, and I can again and again say it is a violation of human rights, most especially in this digital era. We are living in a global village. The only way we can communicate is through the internet. When you cut it off, you have cut off the whole world. You have denied those people down their rights to know what is going on in their country, what have happened where they are not, where in their area of residence, what is happening in Sembabule. I'm deep in Manyama, in Sangala, in Maogola County. What is happening to my candidate? What is happening to the polling station? When the internet is off, those people down, they were not well covered also, because they could not follow very well on their TVs, they could not follow very well on their radios, deep in the villages, because us, the journalists who were disseminating that information, we are getting that hard time. Yeah, we delayed a lot. The thing that you could send at say 9 p.m. could reach at 12, or it could got aired at 2. Yet it was to be aired at 9 in the morning. But because you have been delayed, the internet is off, we got a lot of hardship.
Actually, I've been told there are some journalists who had to put the information on the taxis and buses to ply to their stations to air the content.
Yes, they did, especially our colleagues who works for the TV. They had to compile the information, make a CDs, put on flash, and then take it to the taxi. It takes like 6 to 7 hours to reach Kampala from Zimbabwe. For the information that you covered very early in the morning, and then you have another information you have covered in the noon time, that means that one will reach very late in the night.
For now, there is someone who has stood up to raise an issue. Let's listen to what she's raising an issue. They are giving her a microphone. We're going to hear what she is raising. And
thank you, Mr.
that is Mary Begumisa.
And everybody present. I am Mary Begumisa, a candidate now and a sitting member of Parliament. Now that you're going to declare the results, I want to put a few concerns before you and your team and to the group of our people, of our voters in Zimbabwe district and to the Ugandans at large. Zimbabwe district has 17 sub-counties. Since morning, I have called your office. I've called even Justice Byabakama himself about a lot of things, about voter bribery in Maogora West, Maogora County. As I talk now, abantu bange abakyali wabweru, ba agency baffe bangi baliridde ku nsiko mu Matete, Maogora County, obokisi bungi bwatwaliddwa Mugombora zonna ssatu ne Maogora West, where I come from. I called Susan and I was still at my home. A lot of injustice has been done on us as a people of Zimbabwe district. I want you to note, nazze wano ku ssaawa emu yennyini, I'm the only sitting member of parliament in this room. Nga nninda okulaba bye mugenda okulangirira. Zimbabwe district, in the whole of Uganda, where up to now justice has failed to come our way. It is only now where a P6 dropout is going to replace a graduate like me. Is that the NRM? And thank you, sir. Mr. Returning Officer, yagala kutegeeza ebitonotono as you go ahead to declare that we are going to court on the same, at least in Maogora County and Maogora West, where I come from, and other polling stations which I called your office since morning and no justice was given. Ebyalo bingi tubiristinze, abantu baffe bangi mbadde ku Rainbow, bazze nga bakaaba, mbalese nga bakaaba, bazzeeyo mu constituencies nga bakaaba. I told them, no, kangende babisome nga wendi ku lwammwe bannassembabule, mulibeera abajulirwa nti nayimirira ng'omubaka wammwe. Yes, I am independent From day one, I never got justice, but it's okay. Njagadde bino bijje gye muli, neebaza Katonda the whole district bye batabbye byonna tusobodde obikuŋŋaanyaayo biibino. Ojja ku witnessinga the same handwriting. Omuntu omu n'awandiikira ebyalo 4 enakase erw'ebitakuli, voter bribery, video tubadde nazo, obutambi tubadde nazo, naye nga bakulaga tokkirizibwa wadde okusemberera a station. I want to tell you, sir, if I were you, I would not go ahead to declare any results in the place of district woman member of parliament, Sembabule district. And if you went ahead, it's okay. It's okay. But if I were you, I would hold on a little, call people here, Banna Sembabule, ne bakubuulira. My official agent is here. Stand up, sir. He is a graduate, Mr. Chigonya Kasi. Si wapitu ajulira byonna bye tuyiseemu, Banna Sembabule bajulira, but you are free to declare as usual, but it will go at least in the annals of history. Sembabule, abantu abatono ab'olubatu baatuula ne bagiryamu olukwe ne bagirondera omubaka gwe batalondangako. I thank you. Hello.
And welcome back from all the events of yesterday into this morning. I know a couple of you, or many of you, have not yet slept as Ugandans are following up on what transpired from yesterday and is still transpiring with the results. But it's a new day, but the event still continues for Uganda as Uganda decides who shall be the next president of Uganda and who shall be the next member of parliament for your constituency. My name is Julie F. Nataba this morning on UBC TV, and I am with Robert Chirabonyonyitono and Joan Murunji. Now looking at the provisional results that were released and stated by the EC chairperson Simon Byabakama, that is from results from 103 polling stations only so far, accounting for about 0.26% of all polling stations. So far, of course, the total number of polling stations is 50,739. Standing as candidate Bulira Frank, who has 84 valid votes, counting for about 0.36%. Candidate Kasibante, who has 66 votes, accounting for about 0.29% of valid votes. Candidate Chagulanyi, accounting for 7,753 votes. That is leading up to 33.64% of valid votes. Candidate Mabirizi, 45 votes thus far, and accounting for about 0.02% of valid votes. Candidate Muntu, accounting for 164 votes, that is to 0.71% of valid votes. Candidate Munyagwa, 145 votes, that is to 0.63% of valid votes. Candidate Nandala Mafabi, 560 votes, that is to 2.43% of valid votes. And candidate Museveni, 14,232 votes, that is about 61.7% of valid votes. The total number of valid votes thus far from 133 polling stations is 23,049. Invalid votes counted at that time were 796, accounting for 3.34% of total votes. And total votes were over 23,000 of registered voters. So far, 37 votes were counted as spoiled votes. That was announced by Justice Simon Byabakama at about 10:45 p.m. last night, and we shall see him again at about 9 a.m. this morning, giving us a second set of the... I look at what some of the observers had to say. I will hear from Joan. I will allow Joan to let us know, in case you're just quite confused about how all these things and the whole process turns out from the time you finish casting your vote to the time votes are counted and to the time they're tallied together so that the results are given to you. Joan, once again, first and foremost, good morning.
Good morning, Julie.
And it's a pleasure having you this morning, again serving Uganda.
As always, and good morning to you, Ugandans. First of all, I would like to congratulate you all who casted your votes very peacefully. Where the places I visited, it was really a peaceful exercise until the counting of the votes. This early morning still, Kampala is still calm. The streets are still empty. There is not much going on, and of course, I've seen just a few taxis about one, trying to sketch for people to see if there are those that would be heading to work. But an overall overview, Kampala, the streets are very, very, very calm. There is nothing much like to make a halabalo about. And of course, yesterday we saw the Electoral Commission with the special powers that are given to them. Extend the voting process until 5 p.m. and for some places slightly over 5 p.m. Because of the delays that were caused, and some voters ended up leaving the polling stations without voting, who later on came back. So the Electoral Commission gave some, I would call it amnesty to these voters until that time, not in all at all polling stations, but they were just a few. And just to give you a glimpse of what happens after you have casted your vote and the Electoral Commission has closed the polling, or the Electoral Commission officials have closed the polling stations. Once casting of the votes is done, the returning office, the presiding officer goes ahead with the electoral officials to count the votes in the presence of all the candidates, polling agents, and also the accredited observers and also accredited media personnel. The results are then filled in with the DR forms by the presiding officer, and in order it is done in a systematic manner, beginning off with the presidential results, followed by the direct member of parliament, and then the woman representative are then delivered to the sub-county. And just to let you know, nothing goes on at the sub-county. The sub-county is just a mere collection center of the polling materials or voting materials that have been collected from the various polling stations. And from there, they are taken to the district tally center. In whichever district you have voted from, your results from the sub-county are taken to that district tally center, not just any headquarters, but it must be specifically the Electoral Commission tally center. And once they are at the district, the district returning officer, normally called the DRO, has the powers to announce the results of the members of parliament. I repeat, the district returning officer declares the results of the members of parliament. But for the presidential candidates, he has no powers. These results are transmitted to the National Tally Center. And that is where the tallying, collective tallying from all the districts that carried out voting takes place, and there it is only the powers of the Electoral Commission chairman. In this case, it is Justice Byabakama, who after 48 hours, if it has been prolonged, announces the results of the presidential candidate voting. And that is only if there is no rerun, like Robert explained yesterday. If a candidate has surpassed a 50+1%, that is when we have the results of the presidential candidates declared. But if there is no candidate that has gathered 50+1%, then there is a possibility of a rerun.
Right. Thank you very much, Joan. And as Justice Simon Byabakama declared yesterday at the official opening of the National Tally Center, he made mention of the fact that 17th January 2026, before 5 p.m., we shall have known who the president of Uganda is at that time. But Robert, give us an update of what he made mention of, especially in regard to the BVV case that became quite a problem and a center of conversation in yesterday's voting.
Well, first I want to begin by thanking all Ugandans, those who went to the polls, to polling stations and did cast their vote.
Right.
I want to thank them so very much because they did what is biblical, and also all Ugandans who have prioritized peace and not engaged in any form of criminality at such a time, so that we have peaceful elections. Of course, I feel sorry for our brothers in Uganda municipality and also those in Kibanda North in Chiliandongo, because those ones definitely did not have that chance. The elections were suspended until another date. Very funny mismatch of particulars of their candidates in these areas. So we sympathize with them. They were excited, they woke up, but they had challenges. However, all is not gone. They will announce a date. Now, yesterday, one of the things that had caused confusion, but I want to thank Justice Simon Byabakama because he came in and responded to that. That is rightly what you've said, the voter verification kits. Now, our constitution does not mention the kits. For the laws governing parliamentary and presidential, they talk about a voters register. And a voters register was issued to all candidates, and of course all polling stations in Uganda had the voters register of the voters in that particular area. So we've always been depending on the voters register. It's just that this time we wanted to bring in something new, which in some places did work, like where His Excellency voted in Karo, a primary school in Kuruhura district, Rachitura. It was very clear. They did work, and some areas they did work because we saw him, the thumbs couldn't detect them, but at least his face, and that's what they used to verify. So areas where they hadn't, where there were technical glitches, Justice Simon Byabakama clarified and said, let's use the register because we cannot deny Ugandans the right to vote simply because a technology that is not even as recommended but was just brought in for effectiveness and more transparency. You know that yes, this is the person, though it is also practically very possible with the voters register as previously we've been doing. So that had delayed voting in some areas, but later after that press conference, that statement of Justice Simon Byabakama, the electoral officials, the polling officials now knew that they could go on with the voting, and at the end of the day many people did vote, we must say. The delays that happened, of course, in some areas it was compensated, but others they stuck to what was supposed to be done. Yes.
You did make mention of security, and I'd like to actually find out from the both of you what security highlights you heard of, or you saw, or you got to learn of in the midst of yesterday's events. I, for one, the security events that I got to witness was at Bunamwaya, the areas of Bunamwaya, Chisigula, Chitebi. The evening had a rush of tension and insecurity. I actually, with my own eyes, I got to see army officers fire gunshots in the sky. By the time I was within the trading center, a body was reported to be at Asuman Clinic in Bunamwaya, one along around Hillside, Chisigula, one being reported somewhere within Chitebi. You could see fire being lit in the middle of the road that connects to Chisigula. It was quite a moment of tension. People were hiding in shops. It was really a place that got many to think of many things, especially for many who have not yet experienced a place of insecurity or the times of the war, it was a time to ponder on a lot. But I wonder what pockets you did take note of. Let me start with you, Joanne, if there's anything you took note of.
Before I head to the security, you know, when you were talking about the biometric voter verification kits, I liked the fact versus the national registers, national voters register. I like the fact that the information on the National Voters Register was just fed into those machines. So there would be no problem if they use the National Voters Register. And when I come to the security, just to differ from what you saw, Julie, where I was, it was very peaceful.
Right.
There was no chaos and no incidents. Though I'm told at some polling stations in Katende, the deployment of security got heavier in the evenings, but it was just a peaceful one. For me, for what I witnessed, there was nothing really to make alarm over.
All right. Robert, anything you took note of?
Well, I was in two places yesterday, both in Machindye and also in Busabala. Now, Busabala, I must say it was very peaceful. Not even in the evening did we see anything like heavy deployment. It was very, very peaceful. Now, Machindye, also the voting was very peaceful. I must say, even announcing of results were very peaceful. But around Katwe areas, these young boys, the ones they call Chifesi, Bukora, you know, there's that group that they are below 17. It's a gang of...
Like the Gali thing?
Yes, like the Gali. But this is usual of young kids. They range from 13 to around 18. Now, around 4 p.m., they moved through, snatching everything.
Wow. With the open shops and...
Yes!
Where was
what
that?
we call a guard. Now, we want to thank military police. You know, they fired, though we didn't register a shooting or what, but they helped save the situation. The guard, those young creatures, had started their usual business.
Wow,
so
using opportunity.
It's not about elections. For them, they seize opportunity.
To loot.
They just move in huge numbers and begin wherever they find. If you're on a border, motorcycle, they hit and take off. But I want to thank security. It moved in. Of course, they fired some bullets for about 5 minutes. And of course, that made people scatter a bit and wonder. But they were chasing or dispersing those funny groups of children whose parents have not been responsible enough.
So it wasn't about election violence, it was just theft, crime.
Because I interested myself to find out
right.
what were those bills. They said, no, it wasn't anything to do with elections. These boys were just trying to use that moment, knowing there is tension. And by evening, I want to tell you, if you pass through this very exciting place, Machindye, and even in the morning I passed through, I don't know what happened. For the first time, I saw all bars
closed.
Yes, most of them were actually closed.
No? Right. All bars.
Now,
even those I know that they always were closed.
They always were closed.
Actually, I think the only place is Namasuba. There's this new place.
Where you normally go?
Happy Boys?
No. That was Happy Boys. It is called whatever. That one. It is the only place I saw. No.
Right. Now,
2026, I don't go there.
You know that place. You
now,
I don't even know
the provisional results that we have from about 133 polling stations so far that have been announced by Justice Simon Byabakama. So far, they show that in Buganda region, NUP has made Buganda red, indeed as expected, and other regions, NRM is leading. Other regions of Uganda so far are very yellow. That is as far as the provisional results from 133 polling stations. And in just a bit, we'll definitely be getting in touch with our field reporters to hear what is on ground. But let me look at a report that was given by Crispin Kaheru, who is a human rights activist and election observer as well. He made mention of the fact that generally there was calm and peace. The election was not as intense as other elections have been, but he also applauded the Electoral Commission for making a quick switch in the moment that the BVVKs were not functioning. That immediate decision to announce to the whole country to switch to the manual national registers was something that he uploaded the EC for. He also made mention of the fact that the voter turnout mainly depended on an injection into voter mobilization. And he felt that maybe voter mobilization is something that was still lacking with Uganda. But he also said that on a general whole, yes, there were pockets of insecurities here and there, but on a general whole, security was stable. And he also recommended that moving forward, moving into the next general elections, can we have regular civic education for Ugandans? This will make more sense for the next election because Ugandans will be more involved than rather forced or manipulated into voting for certain agendas or ideologies they don't understand, out of pocket cash and small monies. Now, I do not know what you guys think about his observation, but I'll start with you, Robert. He recommended the quick switch and the decision the EC made in that moment in time. And he also made mention of the fact that voter turnout is based on the voter mobilization. With those 2 points, what is your stake?
Well, the EC's decision, everyone commended it because what would have been of the situation if we say the machines are not working in some places, we wait to rectify that problem. Remember His Excellency, the NRM candidate, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, after casting his vote, he addressed the residents that were at Karo Primary School. Now, he also mentioned the issue of the BVVKs. Yes. And he said someone, according to the NRM candidate, the information he got, because he said he was up by 6 and tried to make a few calls, know how things are moving on. He said these kits, each kit is attached to people. Now, you can't operate a kit if you're not the person that was allocated that kit. Now, what happened? These people had to submit data to the Electoral Commission, and that data had to be inserted into these machines. Now, the president said there was delay, and he said they're going to investigate if it was intentional or there could be other factors to send the biography of these people to feed in to these machines. Areas where they did send in time and the operators could operate these machines because their information was there. Those areas worked. Now, we couldn't hold Ugandans at ransom that because there was a delay somewhere. However, Justice Simon Yabakama, for him, he said they're going to investigate what could have been the cause of this. Now, it was wise, otherwise it was going to cause mayhem. People waiting and waiting, and you tell them machines can't work. Yet, you have the register, like Joanne said. The information that the machines have is exactly, it was fed into and it was on the register. Now I commend that. Now, voter education, civic education, I must say there's little that was done by the Electoral Commission. Little that was done by civil society. Because you find that many voters who went to the polls, apart from excitement to some of them, you know, civic education doesn't only teaches you voting, the voter education, tick here, tick there, but it creates awareness why you should vote first and foremost. In civic education, it empowers you. It empowers you to know why you must vote. 2, it gives you an insight or knowledge of who is best to be voted for that particular area, because it teaches you why you should vote. You're told who you should vote, not that vote for Chirabo, but if you're voting for member of parliament, what kind of member of parliament should you vote? If you're voting for president, what kind of president should you vote? Now, if people know why they should vote and they are told, they have that and they feel it that I must vote, then of course the turn-up will be high. If people know, because if people know why the people they should be voting, they are eager to ensure that the wrong person doesn't go into power or take that position. So definitely they will turn up in huge numbers, because Judy, I'll say, I will not vote for Joan. In my area, Joan has stood, but if I vote for Joan, things will not be good. I won't stay home. I'll rush and vote for Julie.
Robert, you remind me, and Joan, I'm coming to you shortly to speak into this.
No, it's okay, we still have the time.
But when you say that, you remind me of a colleague who was telling me who they are going to vote for. And for them, their idea of voting was as to who they believed would serve. Now remember, this politics is also interesting, that who you vote for might not have the power to push to be able to serve, given the numbers in parliament, given the politics that plays around it. So he told me that for presidents, he had one party. For MP, he had another party. And for, I think, woman MP, he had another party. He had 3 different parties that he was going to cast that vote for. And it made me think of how much does this empower us as the electorate? While you see potential in different candidates, then the politics around them, even if, yes, they make it to the August House or to the office of presidency, how much politics shall empower them to serve your expectations at the end of the day? Some conversations such as that, beat my understanding as one who casts that vote. And I don't know what you think about that. Voting the party, voting one you see with potential, which do you think would make sense?
The problem is there's where I went crooked. We made a curve instead of a straight line. How? When we held a referendum, I think that was 2005,
right,
and decided to open up space for multi-party democracy in Uganda, we didn't invest much. I'll give an example. Political parties are supposed to be working all 5 years through. But in Uganda, political parties begin operational at, I think, 6 months too, or 1 year too. Now, political parties are meant to bring the best for every position. So that if I'm NRM, if I'm NUP, I know that my party brought the best. But because we've not invested into political parties, we do things hurriedly. Next year is elections. Now we're going to come. We don't have cadre identification, cadre recruitment, cadre training, and sometimes even the methodologies of electing flag bearers are wanting.
Right.
So you end up seeing people go back to individual merit. I personally am a voter, but I want to tell you, I'm stuck in individual merit, because for me, I'm not going to vote for someone who I think, when I make an assessment, will not deliver for the next 5 years.
Right.
That's why when I hear this swept, that thing of swept, I feel bad for my motherland, because we have to have people, and I'm telling you, let's look at the 12th, this is going to be the 12th parliament. I'm sorry to say, and don't quote me wrongly, we may be disappointed by some of the people who are going to lose their seats and their replacements.
Right, I totally hear you.
In terms of quality and ability.
Now,
the 12th parliament may shock us that we are
you.
going to lose potential people.
I hear you.
Because of party, those things.
Quite
and we are going to have funny replacements that do not match the standard of what we've lost. Then later, we will come up and regret.
It's interesting that you say that, because with the provisional results flying all over the place, they really show that the men that we've known to speak in the August House are losing it in one way or the other.
And it's okay to lose it if you're having a better replacement.
Yes.
But you see, you can't remove a cup of milk from me and give me
how
water.
do you determine a better replacement? How do you determine a better replacement before even the 5 terms are?
No, there is ability. Some of these things, it is not one size fits all. Some of these things, when you're coming to parliament, for example, you're coming as a legislator.
Yes.
You must be exposed. Parliament is not a place for learning. You must be with that ability.
You must be already well read, well
Recently, there is a constituency.
I like that, Robert. I was also telling someone, you know, people do not know what parliament is. They think going there and they do not mention what we are suffering from.
The late Cattle Ruwama brought us trouble. The late Cattle Ruwama brought us trouble.
And I asked this person.
And wherever he is, may he so rest in peace. But he brought us trouble. Where people thought that you can just send someone. I can say the post-voting was done, now it's starting.
Right.
Now, where people can assume that you can even send someone just to eat. You know, send someone because he is. Now, that trouble.
And by the way, Ugandans now say that, you know, it's as if it's a normal statement amongst the electorate. But coming over to you, Joan, with the comments and observations from Crispin Kaheru, what do you make of them? He made a statement that indeed the general elections were indeed calm altogether. They were at least not as intense as the previous elections. He applauded the EC for that quick decision making in the switch from BVVKs to the manual registers. And of course, he also made mention of the fact that voter turnout depends on the injection on voter mobilization. And of course, he also made mention of the fact that security was stable generally. And moving forward, he did hint on the fact that Ugandans need civic education. What are your 2 cents with these observations?
Of course, the first one of switching from the biometric voter verification kits to now having the voters verified manually. That was okay. But my question is, I don't know if the mainly presidential candidates were consulted before this was made, if they are key holders in such decision making. And if so, if it was done, then that is a plus for the Electoral Commission. I don't see any problem with that. Like I earlier mentioned, that the information was from the National Voters Register and it was fed into the machines. So there is nothing once you get there and your name is there. Even if you saw the president, initially, he also had issues with the BVVK. Not because it was faulty, but you know, once they are capturing these fingerprints, you could have placed it maybe facing towards the left, most of the biggest side. And when you go there to be verified, you place it facing to the right. So those ones it's not something to really, you know, condemn the Electoral Commission about. But the fact that detecting of the iris of the face made sure that the president is verified. I think, you know, there are always options. If this one fails, there is always plan B. So it was okay to switch to the National Voters Register. And I also noticed something, Julie, when it comes to civic education and voter education. One, before I even get to that, I would love to comment to the Electoral Commission that you would know your polling station online before the internet was switched off. Because you just use your ID, I think, or application ID, and they would show you where you voted from, or whether you are a registered voter or not. And interestingly, someone happened to check before the internet was switched, and he was very sure that he's going to vote, he's registered. But on reaching there, and it showed error, voter is not registered.
Interesting.
And the reason why I commend the Electoral Commission is that voters were urged to go and update their details before the polling day, before the Electoral Commission closed off at that activity. And for those of you who went to the polling stations when you did not go back to update your presence on the National Voters Register, this is what you faced. Previously, they had voted in 2021, but come 2026, you weren't able to vote because the Electoral Commission couldn't verify, are you still alive? Are you deceased, or are you even still eligible to vote? So
they weren't in the cleaned up register.
Exactly, the updated one.
Because
actually.
that is why it is called voters update.
Yes.
They update the register to remove the dead, to remove some people who would have transferred because you had that, and even Electoral Commission issued voter slips.
Right.
Except a confusing what happens in Kibanda, what happened in Kibanda North County, that is in Chiriandongo, and in Ibanda municipality. That is something I'm just asking myself, how do particulars of the candidates Not the voters, but particulars of
Of
candidates.
the candidates get interchanged. Of course, yes.
You know,
so
that is something I believe. It's yes, I don't want to call it an oversight, but of course, when you look at how many polling stations and how many constituencies, one would say in Uganda there's a saying, "Murumuru tebubulamu."
Okay.
Though we want perfection at its best.
yeah,
Right.
so for that matter, the Electoral Commission really did a very good job. And next time, voters, please, when they call for you to update the voters register, please go, please hit to that call. And of course, about the BVK machines, there were technicians placed at polling stations. Maybe they tried. They should have tried. And
But
things-
according to the
things are just
president's explanation, he said, even if you're a technician, you can work on technical problems,
Yes.
but you can't work on missing information.
information, yeah, that's
If
true.
these machines were supposed to be operated by, each machine was designated to 2 people, and their biography had to be in this machine. Now, if this information, Joanne, you submitted it to me, and it's supposed to go to Julie, and maybe from Julie, it's supposed to go to, Julie has to put it in a system
Right.
that matches. Remember, that machine, if it was for polling station A to B, it would not work on another polling station. They were so specific.
Indeed.
Now, a technician on ground could not have your biography.
Of course.
It was as useless as...
Now,
should
the
I talk about
conversation.
education? Or?
Yeah, indeed. We're going to get into that, but it's important that you who's viewing us, first and foremost, thank you so much for choosing UBC this morning. 17 NRM MPs already unopposed and ready to represent the NRM party in the August House. We'll be giving you a few of what our reporters were giving us on ground from the different districts, but the Daily Monitor is already out, and excuse me, its headline, of course, biometric mess. But on a rather sad note, before we even get into the biometric mess, educationists mourn Bitamazire. Rest in peace. The education fraternity is mourning the death of former education minister Geraldine Bitamazire, the late Bitamazire, who last served as the Chancellor of the Uganda Management Institute, UMI, 3 years ago, before retiring, was born on July 17th, 1941. And indeed, may she rest in peace. Many of the Ugandans who have gone through the education system remember that era where they would say, Omulembe gwa Bitamazire.
2 people in the education sector.
And
we had
Bukenya.
Bukenya
And Bitamazire.
and Bitamazire.
Yes.
Those 2 really served for a very long time.
Yes.
And may her soul rest in peace.
Indeed, indeed. Now, of course, the Daily Monitor there gives you machine blues, the widespread failure of biometric voter verification kits, and that is in regards to yesterday's election exercise. But looking at candidates in the lead, we do have woman MP Kamuli Rebecca Alitwala Kadaga, Soroti City West David Calvin Echodu, Adjumani West General Moses Ali, and Nyendo Mukungwe, pardon me, that is Javira Sebina. In Ruemiyaga, Emmanuel Rashande. In Maogola West, Anifa Kawoya. And in Maogola North, Godfrey Aine Kaguta Sodo. Nakawa West, Joel Basekezi Senyonyi. And Maokota North, Amelia Chambade. Jinja South, Paul Mwiru. And Gulu City woman MP Betty Awol Ochan. I also did take note of Kasese, the Chancellor of Makerere University. That is Honorable, the name is escaping my goodness, Honorable Chris. Goodness, may the Lord give me that name. No, not Chris, but Kasese.
Kasese, oh sorry.
Kasese.
Crispus Chionga.
Crispus Chionga, yes please, thank you very much. Honorable Crispus Chionga was also in the lead that side, and looking forward to joining the 12th August House once
I think
again.
Some names are not surprising. Some names are not
like
surprising.
Joel Senyonyi,
Joel
not
Senyonyi,
a surprise.
not a surprise.
Even Amelia, to me, I'm not surprised.
I know, right?
Amelia, not surprised.
Even
Yes.
Sodo Kaguta, I'm not surprised.
Sodo Kaguta, no surprise.
Even
Rebecca
General
Kadaga,
Shande.
that was a must.
Even General Shande.
General
Retired,
Shande.
yeah. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised.
By this morning, police had. By this morning, police had held Honorable Theodore Sechukubo for his own safety, for his own safety, not holding him against any form of crime, but for his own safety, they had preserved him so that this whole situation could come down.
Remember, that is within the confines of the law. The
Yes.
law gives police the right for what they call they can arrest you for preventative arrest
Yes.
because it has the powers to prevent and detect crime. If police detect that you're endangered, even if you've not committed a crime, they have the right to preserve you and detain you somewhere, keep you somewhere safe. Or if they suspect you're going to commit an offense, still, even if you've not yet committed it, to prevent you from committing an offense, they have the right. The law gives them powers to keep you so that you don't commit that offense.
And of course, Julie, the fact that we are receiving results from the voting of the members of parliament, and that now that it is absurd, now the late Anamirembe Butamazira, I think I can point out, she's served as an MP before, and that was for PG, woman member of parliament for PG. That was in 2001 until 2011. But then the next one, she was defeated in the NRM primaries during the 2011 elections. And that is when she was subsequently dropped as a woman member of parliament.
Right, and now it's about 2 minutes after 7 a.m. in the morning. I believe quite a number of Ugandans have not slept yet and are not ready to sleep until tomorrow, when the official result is out for who the next president of Uganda is, and who, of course, the next member of parliament is in the 12th August House. What we're going to do here is to take a short break and also allow you sip on some Ugandan coffee. And as us here, the team at Good Morning Uganda, the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, make sure that we are energized this morning by Uganda coffee, encouraging you to take the same, sip on the same, so that you are energized for the next couple of hours as you follow on the election result, and of course follow the stories and updates as they come through. Good morning, let's have a short break and we'll be right back.
Pick of the day on UBC.
One-on-one with Michael Jordan Lukomwa.
A weekly face-to-face conversation focusing on accountability, inspiration, information, and sensitization of the public from the various sources, such as inspirational profiles.
Having a disability is not inability.
Every Friday, 9 p.m., it's one-on-one with Michael Jordan Lukomwa.
Don't you see anywhere that you would give a credit in the fight against COVID?
My role as the owner of the country is not to, be preoccupied by giving credit to my servant.
We have said that if we are to talk to General Museveni, there must be certain conditions in place.
Is it true that you paid 5 million shillings to MPs that voted for?
Was brought to you by.
I'll call you every day, yeah, yo,
You can now get all the Chibuzi out with MTN voice bundles. Call all networks Kubei Dondoro. Buy a 25-minute voice bundle for only 1,000, or buy any daily voice bundle of your choice. Dial *100 *21 hash and select daily, or use the My MTN app. When we talk together, we are unstoppable.
As we go into the final lap of the electoral campaigns and into polling, we are calling upon all the people of Uganda to conduct themselves peacefully. First of all, the candidates, we call upon you to use suitable language that shows respect and tolerance, and language that promotes peace and unity, because we are all Ugandans and elections should not divide us. So we call for language that is respectful of people's cultures, people's views, and is tolerant, because we all have different views, but we all want to have a very, very united country, Uganda, and a progressive one at that. So we are calling upon you to conduct yourself peacefully as we go into the final days of the campaigns, and on polling day, to respect the views of others and to accept the results of the elections, and know that after the elections, there will still be a Uganda, and we need each other as citizens of Uganda. I wish you a peaceful electoral process, and I call upon you to be peaceful. peace-loving Ugandans. God bless you.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners, with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace. We are into the political season. The atmosphere is highly charged. There is a lot of excitement everywhere you look. But elections come and go. We all remain the same people staying in this one country. We must prioritize peace. We do not want to witness violence. No one should be throwing stones. No one should be using inciting language or abusing others. No one should use a stick against a fellow citizen. No one should use bullets or even tear gas against citizens. Instead, we should sit as brothers and sisters, as Ugandans, and discuss issues that may appear different, one camp from the other. I look forward to seeing an NRM supporter sitting with an NUP supporter and taking coffee. I want to see somebody from Arua sitting down for a cup of coffee with someone from Bugisu, from Chigezi, from Buganda. Let's learn to tolerate each other, even when we have differences between us, because that's how we are created. We are not the same. What we should appreciate is that we can all live together. Uganda is big enough for everyone. So we should respect one another. We should not incite violence. We should not in any way participate in anything that breaches the peace. That's my call to all Ugandans during this season.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners, with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace.
Hi guys, we are going into the elections as a country. My job, your job is to pray that God himself will choose for us the best leaders, whether they are in this party or in this party. As long as it is God who has chosen them, then he will be with them. May God help us as we vote. Also, I encourage all my young people, make sure you stay alive to see your future. Be peaceful, don't fight. Someday I saw a guy getting a rock and telling a guy with a gun, Okolechi, Okolechi. I'm like, come on. You have a future to protect. Make sure you are peaceful. Even though your wife, your sister, your brother does not vote your side, make sure you stay alive together as you wait for the future that you are believing for. Stay peaceful, stay calm, and pray.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners, with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Electing your leaders at various elective positions is your fundamental human right. Here's how to cast your vote safely and correctly. Step 1. Go to the polling station where you're registered. Step 2. Present your national ID or voter location slip for officials to confirm your name on the register. Step 3. Your identity is verified using the Biometric Voter Verification Kit, fingerprint or face scan. Biometric verification is mandatory to ensure only eligible voters vote. Step 4. Your ballot is scanned and issued to guarantee it's valid. Step 5. Mark your choice in secret, cast your ballot, and get inked. Polling runs from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. Your identity protected, your vote secure. Turn up and vote. My vote, my voice.
A very good morning to you. We are watching the election process. We finished voting as Ugandans. And of course, now we're watching the aftermath of every event that is taking shape, from vote counting, provisional results, to the observations that have been made on ground, especially by election observers. This morning, we're having a conversation with Hussein Chigozi, who is an election observer from Global Election Observation Missions, and he is currently located in Kasanaluwero, where he was even yesterday when we spoke with him. When we spoke with him in the morning yesterday, shortly after elections had started, at that point it was about 11 minutes after 7 a.m., he did make mention of the fact that people had turned up in large numbers and the voting process was going on smoothly. He is online to give us more information of what transpired later on in the day, to paint us a picture of what he saw as an observer. Good morning, Hussein Chigozi. Good morning, can you hear us? Chigozi, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you, Julia, loud and clear.
Right, great. Thank you so much for giving us your time this morning. And with what the observation you gave us from the time we spoke to you last morning, that was yesterday, as the electorate turned up to vote, you did share that the process was smooth, the biometric voter verification kits were working. Was it the same story? Did it continue like that till the end of the process with where you were?
Thank you so much, Lilian. I was at a couple of polling stations, and the first polling station where I was, the DVK machines were working, but as I proceeded towards the front, some of the machines had issues. So, although that happened, the people in Luero, most of them remained calm, though there were complaints arising from a couple of voters that they were at the polling station very, very early in the morning, as early as 6:30, and the machines were not working, so some of them actually observed that even went back home. So we are not certain if they came back to cast their vote. But what we are sure of is that the numbers that were there in the morning are not the same numbers that cast the vote as expected.
Chigozi, take us through the security throughout the day until the time of tallying. How are things? And even now in the morning, what is the situation like in Kasana Ruwero?
At the beginning of the election process, of course, as the Electoral Commission had said, there were only two police constables and, of course, a prison warden of our polling station that I managed to attend. And this remained the same story throughout the process. Just for the fact that we never had any instances of violence, aggression, or any other impairment, so engagement between the voters and the security. So the situation was really calm towards the climax of the whole voting process. And it has been the same even now. There hasn't been anything regards security threat from the people or any other person.
Chigozi, was the counting of the votes done in presence of all the accredited journalists and election observers?
Yes, media. The counting was done, actually, the polling officials tried so much to see that everyone witnesses the counting of the votes, from media to the voters, to the candidate agents, and to the accredited observers. Everything was tried to be done in broad daylight. And for polling stations whereby there were instances of late counting, the Electoral Commission managed to provide some light. So the voting process went on smoothly as regards the counting.
Okay, and were the unused ballots cancelled out and counted before the ballot boxes were unsealed?
Yeah, of course. For the different polling stations that actually I attended, that was the thing of the day. Like you have mentioned, they were first of all counted, and all that information was being recorded on the declaration form by the polling officials. I think that's the presiding officer, to be specific.
Okay.
Yes,
Now, Chigozi, you're an election observer, and we know you usually look out for things that have not gone as expected, then you make reports, and internationally, also locally, people rely on what did the observers, what was their report. Now, what do you make of day one as an observer?
Well, first of all, we as observers, we do not judge or make reports based on one outcome for just a day. Of course, we try to make reports based on the whole electoral process. Now, remember I told you and these navigators through the whole process up to where we are right now, and we are going to continue observing even what's going to be happening after the declaration of winners for the different candidates. So we can't say that because of the loopholes that were identified, for example, some of the machines not working at a particular polling station, that you're going to come out and only make a report about that. However, we look at the whole process from where it started, and if at all we identify any loophole, then of course we shall try to make this a point in our report, which we shall feed into the legal channels. Of course, that's the Electoral Commission and any other stakeholder who is mandated to get this particular report.
All right. Chigozi, when it comes to complaints right on ground where you are, did you receive any cases where the voters themselves approached you to share a thing or two that they were not comfortable with?
Well, I managed to cover a couple of polling stations, but I think I just had one where one of the, actually it was an agent who wasn't satisfied by the fact that a vehicle was being parked just we used actually as a boundary so that they could access the polling station. So one of these agents felt like this particular vehicle could be having anything, but I was of the view that everything is done in clear daylight, and you are an agent, so you are in the polling station. I doubt anything is going to be happening out of your sight. So that's the only complaint I think I received on ground. Otherwise, most of the people were okay with whatever was transpiring during the election process.
All right. Thank you very much, Chigozi, for that update. We'll definitely be getting back to you to give us more of your observations from Kasana Luwero, where you are. Wishing you a very good morning as you carry on with your work. Now, in the meantime, very well, thank you. In the meantime, let's head over to Sembabule, where Ivan Kawa is, and he is with the returning officer, ready to give us an update from that side. So let's get straight into it.
Well, good morning, dear viewer. You're watching UBC Live. My name is Ivan Kawa, and we are broadcasting live from Sembabule district. As from yesterday, we have been at the Tally Center, and quite a number of issues have been witnessed during that day until now. But since we discussed quite a number of things from the days yesterday, I am joined by the returning officer to give us an update. Many people of Sembabule who have been following UBC TV have been eagerly waiting for the announcement of results, but we want to hear from the OC's mouth of what exactly is happening, when we should expect the results to be released. Good morning, sir. Kindly tell the viewer your name, and then you give us an update regarding the electoral process and the tallying. Why haven't we yet gotten the results?
Good morning. My name is Gracious Arija. I'm the returning officer, Sembabule district. Yeah, we've been here since yesterday. We started receiving results at around 10:11, and we commenced with tallying. And as I talk, we are progressing very well. And in a few hours, we might begin announcing candidates. It is a hectic program, since you have to capture all the returns from each polling station. But we are progressing very well, and very soon we shall be declaring the winning candidates. Yeah.
There were some queries that were raised by one of the contestants, specifically the woman MP candidate. How did you handle that situation, and is there anything a returning officer can do when someone raises a dispute about the electoral process?
The law is very clear. If there is any dispute during or after elections, there is a way how it can be addressed. And considering what was happening to yesterday, it was a day for voting. And at the end of the day, we received returns in form of declaration of results forms. And the role of a returning officer is very simple. Just receive all the envelopes, tally them, then after tallying, you announce the results. and it's what we are doing. In case of any candidate who is aggrieved, there is always a way of redress. So we advised her that yes, we are announcing to the public such that if you have any, if our DRR is not tallying with yours, then you can maybe go ahead and use it for redress. That's what we advised her, and I hope she will take it up.
Have you received all the results from each and every polling station in the district?
Yes, we have received so far all the results from all the sub-counties, and we are now tallying, and not until we reach at the end of tallying, then we can easily identify that maybe 1 or 2 polling stations have not been submitted, and we follow the process that we always follow.
Are there any provisional results for someone who is watching there? Is there any provisional assessment you can give to the viewer regarding how their candidates are performing?
The provisional results are always there, but we don't want to call for excitement, call for jubilations, and yet at the end of the day you find after tallying maybe results have changed. So we ask all the candidates who have contested that be calm. When we are done with tallying, we are going to announce the results.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your time.
Thank you too.
You're welcome. Well, that is the returning officer. He has given us a brief on when we should expect the results to be announced. Tallying is still ongoing, and we are still here. I'm also not going to leave this place until we get the final results. They have read quite a number of results from different candidates, and right, one can say there are candidates that are performing well, there are candidates that are not doing well, and there are candidates that are extremely doing bad. From Sembabule district, there are candidates, specifically presidential candidates, who have gotten zeros. Absolutely 7 of the candidates have got a 0 at one of the polling stations, save for the NRM candidate, that is President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. And as you can see in the room, that is the table. For those who have just tuned in on Good Morning Uganda, that is the table where the returning officer is seated, and every calculation is being done from that specific point. That is the tally center. And then on the left, you can see the screen. There is a screen there. That screen is displaying some of the information in case anyone wants to be abreast with what is exactly taking place, where the votes, the candidates and the polling stations and the number of votes. I can see there are quite a number of figures, but as the returning officer said that they do not want to excite the public, that's why they decide to at least give it time before they do announce the results. Now, a recap in Sembabule district. You have the Sembabule district where there is a competition between the women representatives, and these are 4 in number. You have Mary Begumisa of the Independent, you have Florencina Mbazira for the National Resistance Movement, you have Nina Kankunda, that is Nina Rose for those who know the artist, she's representing the National Unity Platform, and Esther Kinkuhire running as independent. That is for the Sembabule woman member of parliament. Then of course you have 4 constituencies in Sembabule district, and these include Mawogola North. Mawogola North had 6 contestants, and among them include Aine Kaguta Sodo, who is representing the National Resistance Movement, Chigongo Francis representing the Forum for Democratic Change, you have Chigonya Angela representing the Democratic Party, and Eliazi Moses, PFF, Tumwewa Zejet running as independent, and Twine John running as independent. In Lwemiyaga County, one of the other hotly contested territory where you have Brigadier General Emmanuel Rashande, you have, that is for the National Resistance Movement, you have Theodore Sechikubo of the National Resistance Movement, Migade Joseph Amoti. Theodore Sechikubo is independent, I beg your pardon. Migade Joseph Amoti running as independent, and Ainebiona Innocent also running as an independent. Now, an update regarding what happened in Lwemiyaga County, specifically where Theodore Sechikubo was supposed to vote from. We have information that he did not vote, and he alleges that his supporters and him were not allowed to vote. But since yesterday, we've been treating this as an allegation because we are yet to speak with any authority to speak over this specific aspect. But I also managed to talk to Theodore Sechikubo, who had promised to get back to me, but since yesterday, we are yet to get in touch, and he has also not appeared at the Tally Center. But there are other candidates whom we have been with at the Tally Center. Now, Maogola County, I am told there has been a little bit of inconveniences and chaos where there is a contestant known as Goreti Namug of the NUP, a very vibrant woman there. There is Daisy Yuma for the National Resistance Movement. You have Dumba Dennis running as independent, and of course, Morris Muchibi. That is the information we got from that side, where they have witnessed inconvenience between the security agencies and absolutely the voters. Then we also have the presidential candidates, 8 of them. And from this side of Sembabule, when they were reading the preliminary results of the presidential candidates, for example, there are territories where the president, the sitting president, but who is a candidate for the NRM party, had a big margin with Kyagulanyi Robert Sentamu, but there are other polling stations where Kyagulanyi Robert Sentamu performed better than Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, and out of the 8 candidates, the other 6 were not really performing well. You could think the race is between the National Unity Platform candidate and NRM presidential candidate Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. From the Lwemiyaga side, from the results that I had the returning officer read, it is ably, though provisional. We shall wait for the returning officer to announce the result. In many of the polling stations, Emmanuel Rashande performed better, hitting a margin. For example, there are polling stations where he got about 400 votes, and Theodore Sechikubo had 2, 5, 7, and there were quite very many. And it was all the excitement from the people who are around here, and you could anticipate and say probably this time around the ball might fall in the hands of General Rashande. These are provisional, not my results. I am not a returning officer, so I am just informing you depending on the assessment and what exactly I have been witnessing in this area. For the woman member of parliament, one of the contestants raised concerns before the returning officer, alleging that the voting has not been free and fair. There has been intimidation and allegations of ballot stuffing. In Lwemiyaga, for example, as well, there are people who absconded to vote simply because at the time they arrived at the polling station, the ballot boxes already had ballot papers, and they said, we shall not vote because this is not free and fair. But later on, we shall try to reach other colleagues and probably connect with the Electoral Commission boss to explain to us some of the inconveniences and the concerns that have been raised by those that have participated in this specific election. For now, this is the update I can give you, but for Sembabule district, we are still here. But I am told in about 3 to 4 hours, so we might leave this place at around 11 or midday because the tallying is still ongoing. I hand back to studio.
Kahwa, he did show us a picture of the pie chart on the screen that was on the left side of the returning officer's desk, and the pie chart was painted yellow. Not sure what it interprets, and they'll be telling us more, of course, because they cannot release any official numbers as we speak. But he also did speak into the fact that there are complaints of ballot boxes that were already filled before voting officially started. We'll definitely be getting facts on that particular matter. Now, I'll definitely come to Robert and Joan for you to just speak into what you think, Ivan, the report he has given us from the pie chart he showed us to what the returning officer made mention of. I'll start with you, Joan. What are your observations, or what are your 2 cents?
And of course, when we look at Sembabule district, it has over 17 sub-counties and town councils and over 65 parishes and 505 villages. And the population for Sembabule is over 305,971 people, and that is according to the the census report of 2024. And of course, when you look at the previous election of 2021 presidential election, Sembabule had over 132,240 registered voters. And only out of these 82,554, which made 62.1% voted. And of course, yes, in 2021, of course, they campaigned for the presidential elections, and that is Yoweri Kaguta Museveni gained 56.7%, while NUP had 40.7%, and the FDC had 0.30%, and the others accounted for the 1.3%. But for Remiag, of course, it has been one of the toughest MP seats. When I go to the side of the MP's race, it has been one of the toughest MPs seat that we had to look at, given the fact that there was a lot that transpired between between Sechikubo and Rashande. We saw the court, the petition to the Electoral Commission, and then also going to the High Court, where the High Court also held the decision of the Electoral Commission. Yesterday, when I watched Rashande casting his vote, he came out and said he realized something, that there was a ballot paper that was being issued to a voter, and accidentally the EC official must have teared it. So after casting his vote, he made statements of every person should be given one ballot paper, meaning even if this ballot paper has gotten some damage, the person should use that. So it made me wonder, ponder on something. How is that regarded? Is it a spoiled one? And is it an invalid one? Maybe the Electoral Commission next time will come out and tell us. Because if you give me a ballot paper that is damaged, do you consider it as spoiled, or because you've given it to me to use it? If I'm to speak of what Rashande was talking about, of course, even given the primaries of the NRM, we saw what has been happening in Remiaga County, and the fact that I don't know if later on Sechikuba went ahead and voted, but when we spoke to Ivan earlier on, he said he hadn't cast his vote when he got to that polling station, which was Remiaga headquarters, whereby the voters boycotted the voting because of the alleged reasons they were trying to front to the Electoral Commission. So I think it is still it is still something to look. It is still a constituency, a county to look out for. But from the provisional results, the fact that Rashande is in the lead, and by evening yesterday around 11 p.m. With Sechikubo, it was a bit calm.
All right. I'll head over to you, Robert, just to get your 2 cents as to what the report that Ivan has given us, given some of the things he has shown us. Of course, no numbers have been made mention of. No numbers have been stated because, as the returning officer said, they are still counting, so everyone has to stay calm until the results are released. But from what you've seen and what you've heard, Ivan Kawa gave us as a report, what is your mind rolling on right now?
Well, I'll say that also in relation to what Joan has just said. Now, Zimbabwe is one of the areas that has been hotly contested.
All right, true.
Hotly contested in this election and even the previous election. But also, Zimbabwe is predominantly NRM. Unless this time things change. But history has it.
It's an NRM stronghold.
It's an NRM stronghold. And even when you see the battlegrounds have been more with Brigadier Rashande and Sechikubo. These are all NRM. Sechikubo is an independent, but of course he was is an independent leaning to NRM, but it is known that he's even NRM. Just that, of course, he had participated in the primaries and things didn't go well for him. Now, I'm not shocked of the happenings in the report of Kahwa. We have a candidate who has been there for the last 25 years, Theodore Sechikubo, but all the elective, there is even one time where I remember a picture of him training where he removed his pistol and had to fire. You know, so it has been hot, and actually I must say this time 2025 campaigns ushering us into 2026, I must say it has done better than 2021.
When it comes to peace?
When it comes to peace.
Okay.
2021, I remember, I think I was even one of the years, there's a time we even had to be hidden in hills. It was very chaotic. So I want to commend the security personnel and also the people of Sembabule that they have at least, and let them maintain
Indeed.
the peace.
Now, some of the areas that our reporters kept on giving an update of as of yesterday were areas like Ntungamo, Entebbe, Busiro South, Bugisu, and Soronko. And the general observation was, of course, the fact that there was a delay in the arrival of voting equipment. But of course, the BVV case, which was all over the country. But one of the highlights was the fact that in Rachtura, candidate Museveni at his polling station, that is Karo High School polling station, he garnered 589 votes, 5 invalid votes, and of course, others garnered 0 votes. The total number of votes there was 594. In other words, he literally won at that polling station through, and other candidates got no vote. Now, on that note, and take note of the fact that in Bugisu Sironko, candidate Mafabi did not win at his own polling station where he voted from. Now, looking at some of the hotly contested areas, we do have Mbale. Bugisu, we do have the rest that is to be watched is with the woman MP from Mbale City, and that is between Lydia Wanyoto and the incumbent Koni Nakayenze Galiwango, who is contesting as an independent. She's an independent, but I think she was NRM leaning, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes, and the battle between that. But of course, there are other contenders that include Miss Sarah Kanabi, Wasagali independent, Miss Harriet Kakai of the Forum for Democratic Change, and Miss Aisha Nakayenze from the National Unity Platform. And the other hotly contested area, it's still in Mbale, is Northern City Division, where the atmosphere is tense. And these include lawyer Paul Wanyoto, independent, Mr. Ivan Masaba, and Noop Hood Hussein, who was the RDC here in Kampala, and now NRM flag bearer for that position there. And of course, the incumbent, Seth Wambede, who is on independent, and Umar Nangoli, independent. One of the things that I've taken note of in this election season is there are many independents.
Yes, very many.
In fact, I was having a conversation with someone yesterday, and they said that, what if Parliament is filled with many independents? What happens to the opposition? Who becomes the leader of opposition if the biggest number of as if opposing is independent candidates? What happens there? Robert, you've been around reporting and covering elections more with the history that you carry and the experience that you have. What do you think might happen in case it turned out like that, that independents surpass the number of actual oppositions?
Now, you see, the word independence in our politics is using a wrong term.
Right.
When I look at the framers of the Constitution, what we call independents today are not independents. Because the framers of the Constitution and even the sitting order of Parliament was not what it is today. We are misusing English, I must say, because the framers of the Constitution, this is what they had in mind.
Okay.
They knew we are going to go into multi-party politics, but they still believe there are people who will not want to join any political party. And these people could not be denied the right to stand. That is why in our Constitution, even when we held a referendum and went into multi-party, there was that provision for independence, that we believe there are people who will not want to belong to any political party. Now, that is why even they said that sitting, you'll have the NRM or the government in power, members belonging to the party in power. You will have those opposing this other side, and you will have in the middle the sitting for the independents that totally don't belong to any political party. Now come to what is of today. What we have today are people who belong to political parties. And even when you look at most of their posters, I've seen independents, if you used to see their posters, if they're independents of NRM, even their posters were in yellow. Have you noticed? It was only the bus that was missing. But they would try so much to identify with yellow. And they would still say that on their campaign trail. I vote the NRM candidate, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. I'm NRM. They would say that I'm NRM. Now, if they were NUP, they would still tell you, I'll vote for Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu. And they would still clearly say, I'm National Unity Platform. I'm a member of NUP. Now, what is going to happen? These people still love their party. They were only not loyal when it came to them not taking the flag. How do you want to tell me where Mathias Warukaga didn't make it because we were deregistered, and now you have a one who is even seconded, who confesses that I'm NUP? Magola.
He was denied the card, actually.
Yeah, and Mathias Warukaga endorsed him.
I may love to use the word they failed to secure, because there's a process. NUP had verification, NRM had going into. So, these people, when they get to parliament, most of them sign a memorandum of understanding with their political parties. Most of them. And you don't see them oppose their political parties. And I believe many who have come as independents, in the next election, you see them back to their political parties, showing loyalty.
Right.
To secure the party card.
I think what I can say about that, let's look at the structure. What does the law say? Does it say lead of opposition, lead of independence? So if in multi-party system here with the Constitution of Uganda, it says the opposition must be coming from a party. Of course, we shall still hold the lead of opposition from a single party, not within the government. So I think the independents can still remain vocal in blocking or passing of bills and can still remain significant. But still, the lead of opposition will have to come from.
He comes from the opposition party with the majority in parliament.
Yes.
So automatically, when you look at which is likely to be the party with the majority in the parliament, it is most likely to be the National Unity Platform as well.
And of course, yes, that is why you find most of them are affiliated to certain political parties. They side with them in passing of these bills because they are very significant. They can really make a formidable force, pardon me about that, in case of passing or blocking of bills. So whether the independents surpass the other opposition MPs in the next parliament, it's not a party, it's an independent person. So the Constitution stipulates you stick to a single party, not in the government. It doesn't allow.
It will only be in terms of deliberations. Most of these independents will side with,
for example,
the political party.
Sechikobo, remember, he was once termed as a rebel MP, but was still when it came to some motions being passed or bills being laws being enacted or bills being discussed, you would see at times who would lean on the NRM.
And so of rebel MPs, has Barnabas Tinkasimile featured in this election?
I haven't seen him anywhere.
I don't think I've had a lot, and he's someone who's very vocal. I don't know, but if you've heard a lot about him, he's someone who's very vocal and you can't miss him, but I've missed him quite a lot in this season.
I talk about that. I'm imagining the scene if Sechikobo had listened to the constitution of the NRM party to stand with the flag bearer for the NRM. I think things would be different as we speak. But of course, everyone, a candidate, has their own interests when it comes to standing in. And of course, you know, if it comes to the appeals in the High Court that the court dismissed, I think it would have, if I were Sechikobo, I would have rethought this decision of, you know, continuing to be a candidate. I'm basing this, my analysis, my submission on the provisional results that are coming in from Sembabule district, specifically Remiyaga County, where Rwashandi is now in the lead.
Indeed, and now we are getting in touch with Namfuka Farida, who is in Bugisu sub-region, to give us an update as to what is happening at that side. Good morning, Namfuka.
Good morning.
A pleasure having you this morning.
Yes, I'm glad.
All right, what have you so far garnered from that side of Bugisu sub-region? Give us a feel of what's happening.
Yeah, This is Sironko Tallying Center.
Right.
Sironko Tallying Center at Sironko District Headquarters, where we are right now, actually, where we spent the night tallying results from different polling stations and sub-counties in Sironko District. And so far what is there is, so far they have tallied almost half the sub-counties, because the sub-counties are 42, and so far they have tallied like over 20 sub-counties in Sironko district. And according to the tentative results, the president, the NRM candidate, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, is still leading currently. He's at 18,730 votes, and then Nandala Mafabi follows with 9,537, and then the NUP candidate is at 2,257. That is for presidential candidates. And then others, there is Budadiri East and Budadiri West. Budadiri East, the NRM candidate is still leading with 12,958, who is, his name is called Julius. And then the FDC is 5,602, that is Sasaga, and then Vincent 6,180 votes. And then on the ladies, on Budadiri West, the FDC candidate is like on second position, and an independent candidate, Wanyoto, is on the first position. And among the women members of parliament, so far what has been gathered and tallied at Sironko Tallying Center, Asha for National Resistance Movement is still leading with 21,150 votes, and Nambozo is next with 14,458 votes. 14,458 votes. Now, I've just given you tentative results of the people actually leading, but there are other candidates who are below. Their votes are actually somehow below. Yeah, that is what is happening here at Sironko. They are still tallying.
All right, Farida, with the tentative results that you've so far given, with what is taking place at the Tally Center, are there candidates who feel there is an unfairness going on, and maybe there's some form of complaint? Is there a contentment right now taking shape with some of the candidates that they're content with the results? What is the feeling so far with the tentative results that are coming through?
Yes, the candidates are really following what is being tallied, because they also have them manually. So as they tally the other side, they also follow here, and they also add, because they also have the DRR forms. So when they discover that actually one polling station has been skipped, they actually they notify the returning officer to ensure that it is included. Some candidates are here following, some are not around, but some are there.
Namfuka, let's also paint a picture of the environment. How was it yesterday? How was it throughout the night? And how is it currently?
Okay, yesterday, the voting that I followed was in Bunazoni Parish, Bunazoni Chosen Church polling station in Busamaga sub-county in Sironko district. That is where the presidential candidate for FDC, Nathan Nandala Mafabi, voted from, because that is his home area. So Mafabi reached at the polling station at around 11, and he found when they were just preparing to start the exercise, and he actually scorched he stood in that scorching sun, and he lined up like any other person, just because it's not that because he's just a presidential candidate who wouldn't line up, would just go, but he lined up with his family and actually was patient, and the voting started at that time of 11, And what may have caused the delay is the electronic voter verification machines that were not so effective. According to the candidate, when he reached the place to vote, he put the fingerprint was first denied by the machine, according to him. But then later he used another finger and it was approved, and then he was able to vote. And his observation at the polling station was that because of that ineffectiveness of that machine, like 11 people were actually turned away.
Now,
and, yeah.
Regarding, you said you were at the polling station where he voted. From a person who was there, how did he perform at that particular polling station?
Yes, at that particular polling station, Mafabi garnered like 146 votes. And then the NRM candidate garnered like 157 votes. That means it was a difference of only like 11 votes in that area. The candidate for NRM took the lead, and Mafabi was second, and then the National Unity Platform candidate was third with 18 votes, and then the others followed.
Okay.
Okay,
Yes.
Farida, thank you so much for that update. But please paint a picture of the security atmosphere as we speak right now. The men and women in uniform are still highly visible there where you are.
Yeah, they are visible at the entrances because entering the tally center requires one to have been accredited by the Electoral Commission. They are visible. Sure.
All right, thank you very much, Namka Farida. We'll definitely be getting back to you to give us more of the detail, but indeed what you've given us is something to chew on and to ponder on, and we totally appreciate.
All right, thank you.
All right, have a good one.
All right.
Now, Farida was coming from Sironko, and that is on the side of Bugisu, where the candidate Nandala Mafabi was won at his own polling station, but by a difference of what, about 11-10 votes?
146 and 157.
Yes, and looking at so far the tentative result that is coming from there, NRM is in the lead. That is candidate Yoweri Museveni for presidency, 18,730 votes so far. FDC coming 7 with 9,537 votes. And NUP in third place with 2,257 votes. And looking at Budadiri East with the members of parliament on their NRM's Julius is leading. I did not get quite the tabulation there, but I took note of the fact that he is leading. And FDC is coming in second with 5,602 votes. And Budadiri West FDC is in second place. And Independent is in first place in Budadiri West. And a woman MP Sironko Nup is leading, and Nambozo coming into second place. I think Nambozo could be NRM. I think she did not state the party there, but Nup is leading in for woman MP Sironko. Robert, what's going through your mind? I can see a lot is going through your mind, and you need to spew it. Please take your lead.
This still shows that many Ugandan voters are still locked in the movement system.
The system, okay. Please
because
elaborate.
it is when you go to a polling station, you are voting for 3 people as of yesterday. You are voting the president, you are voting a directly elected member of parliament, and you are voting for district woman member of parliament. Now, if you can see that President Museveni leads the NRM candidates, you know, sometimes you fail to dodge the other word. He is still the president until another one has been sworn in. So he's the incumbent, but of course a candidate. So let me say that Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the NRM candidate, you find that in this area is leading. Now, when you go to directly elected member of parliament, then FDC comes in and leads. When you go to woman member of parliament, NUP comes and takes that day.
Right.
Don't forget, these are the same people who go to the 3 ballot papers, but they forget that they are NRM or they are NUP or they are FDC at one candidate. So that means multi-party has not yet sunk. People are still so much into the movement system, or some parties presented candidates that people, much as they would love their political parties, but they felt for the good of their development, for their constituency and the country, they had to put that party's decision aside. Yes.
Very profound at that. Now, on your screen, of course, as we go on throughout the show, the results will, from the National Tally Center will also be displayed so that you're able to follow through with every detail as it is right now. But in the meantime, let me come to you, Joanne, to just get your 2 cents as well from what Namfuka has just shared as provisional results and tentative results from Sironko in Bogesu.
It's quite a statement that a presidential candidate where from a polling station where everyone expects him to sweep the votes is actually in second place, which is not the case with some of the candidates. For example, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, where he voted from, of course, I think, did you say it's only 5 invalid votes, and the rest of the votes went to him. From where Chagulanyi votes from, we are yet to hear what happened. But it speaks volumes, especially to that candidate, because we expect that person to be a sweetheart at that polling station from which, because we believe the people should always have your back. But of course it says something to the political environment, Ugandans, the way Ugandans perceive it. It could be a role of independence. It could be a role of primaries, and it could be also attributed to the political parties themselves. Because I've seen for women, Julie, I think it is an independent lady on the woman representative for MP that is leading, and it's quite intriguing, independent but leaning somewhere. So it is quite intriguing, and maybe political parties could look at their primaries again in the next election, and also highly scrutinize petitions that are filed during those primaries. But of course, Julie, I'm excited. At around 9, we are expecting the Electoral Commission Chairman Justice Byabakama to give us some more updates of their results from the National Tally Center as they come through.
Right. And as we're looking at some of the hotly contested areas, one of the areas to pay heed to, and I'll leave that thought for you guys until we come back to talk about it. It's Teso, where the State Minister for Fisheries, Helen Adowa Abeku, faces a stiff competition from Lucy Achom in Serere District Woman MP race. And then in Orungo County, Foreign Affairs Minister Jeje Odong, General Jeje Odong, faces NRM flag bearer Teddy Anyuk, meaning Jeje Odong is actually on independent ticket. And of course, that is one I'd love for you to chew on. And when we get back, definitely you'll be telling me what you think of this one. Quite interesting. But results coming in Maruzi County in Apak District. Peter Obong Achuda of UPC is what I meant to say, not UBC. UPC garnered 12,421 votes, bringing him to 54.22%. And Moses Opeto of NRM garnered 10,488 votes, bringing him to 45.78%, and giving us a total number of valid votes as 22,909, a total number of invalid votes 233 votes, that is to a tune of 1.01%, and total number of votes cast 23,144 votes. That is bringing us to a percentage of 50.88%. This is in Maruzi County in Apak District. Spoiled votes from there were recorded as 34, declaring officially Peter Obong Achuda declared as winner for the Apak District Member of Parliament, direct member of Parliament of Maruzi County. Now, that is one win that we already have so far as official results from Apak District in Maruzi County, UPC taking the lead.
Well, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised because there are some areas, like we can say, unless 2026 changed, but there are some areas we know that these are specifically for a long time have been dominated by such a political party. In that particular constituency, UPC is still strong. UPC is still strong.
Indeed.
I must say.
Indeed. Now, let's have a short break, but when we get back, we're having a conversation with the chairman of the National Youth Council in just a bit. So stay tuned to UBC TV. We are inspiring you and definitely inspiring you with the right facts and content that you need for this election and voting season. Good morning. Right, good morning, Uganda. Uganda chooses its next president, 2026 into 2030. And right now, Jordan Lukomwa is at Lubowa on standby from the National Tally Center to give us an update of what is going on there, and into it straight away, Jordan.
Yes, thank you so much, Julie, and everyone at Broadcast House, and a very good morning to you and all our viewers. Yes, we are coming to you live from the National Tally Center here in Lubowa, Machindi Sabagabo Division and Machindi Sabagabo Municipality, Wakiso District. Yes, we are a big team here and we are back at work to give you updates and relay live updates of the release of the results of the yesterday's election by the Electoral Commission. Now, last night we left here after the first release, the first batch of the release by the Electoral Commission, where they gave us results from only 133 polling stations out of the 50,739. And from those, candidate Yoweri Kaguta Museveni of the NRM garnered 14,232, followed by Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu of the NUP, who has 7,753, Nandala Mafabi of the FDC, 560 votes, Mugisha Muntu of the NT, 164 votes, Munyagwa Mubaraka of the Common Man's Party, 145 votes, Bulira Frank Kabinga of the Revolutionary People's Party, 84 votes, Kasibante Robert of the National Peasants Party, 66 votes, and Mabilizi Elton Joseph of the Conservative Party has 45 votes out of those that were released. But we had that in a picture of a blanket statement. Today we can get some details. Now, Buganda region has 26 districts and 11,438 polling stations. Out of all those polling stations, they have only sent the votes that we received yesterday, the results. It was from only 8 polling stations out of the 11,438. And of those, candidate Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu of the NUP has 60.52% of the vote from the 8 polling stations of Buganda region. Yes. Then candidate Yoweri Museveni of the NRM has 38.2% of the vote from Buganda region. Acholi region has 9 districts in total, and of the 9, they have 2,084 polling stations. That is a region that has not yet sent any results by last night. Then we go to Toro region. The whole region has 7 districts and 2,371 polling stations. Of those, what we received last night was from only 3 polling stations. And of those polling stations, the 3, candidate Yoweri Museveni of the NRM had 67.68%, and Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu follows in with 26.68%. Ankole sub-region has 13 districts. On the 13 districts have 4,781 polling stations as a total, and of those, what we received last night was just from 8 polling stations. And of the 8, candidate Yoweri Museveni of the NRM has 84.12%, followed by Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, who has 11.55%. Then General Mugisha Muntu of the NT follows in with 0.08%. That is from Ankole sub-region. So the number of regions and their districts have not yet sent in. We expect them to be part of what the Electoral Commission is going to give us early this morning, as they promised at 9 a.m. We just have a few minutes to 9 a.m. and that's when we expect to have another update of an inflow of more results after following last evening's election that we had all over the country. So we are still waiting. We are here waiting for the Electoral Commission to come in, headed by Justice Simon Mugenyi Byabakama and his team. They will be in here at 9 a.m. as promised last night to give us another update. According to my gatherings, yes, his team already has the information, but they can only release it after he has officially read it to the whole nation. That is when it can be released on the platforms where we can also get it and break it down to the viewer, to the Ugandan, wherever, and whoever is concerned. So we shall first get it, then that will be the official release by him. Then we shall break it down like I've done, from the regions to the districts, then the polling station, how many or how much has come from which district, which polling stations, and things like that, just like I've just done to break down. So last night we only received 133 polling stations out of a whole 50,000 something polling stations. So generally, what we released yesterday was almost a drop in the ocean. It's not yet anything to rely on or base on to ask questions, doubt here, or celebrate, I would say. But of course, everything can be an achievement. One is better than zero. So any camp can be happy for whatever, but it is still very small to celebrate. So that is the picture here. Arrangements are ongoing. Everyone is handling whatever would be part of their preparations to see that by 9 a.m. we are all ready to receive what the Electoral Commission is going to release at that time. We thank you so much for watching. That is all I can give you, Julie, at this moment. We shall break down more information and share it in our next update.
Thank you very much, Jordan, for that breakdown. And in just a brief, just to reiterate what Jordan has broken down, he shows that Buganda, 26 districts so far, NUP is leading with a 60.52%. And in Acholi sub-region, 9 districts so far, no results have been submitted from the Acholi sub-region. And looking at Toro, 7 districts so far, NRM is in the lead with a 67.68%, and Ankole 13 districts. So far, NRM is in the lead with an 84.12%, as it leads NUP being second, that is in Acholi, and in Ankole, and NUP being second, and then ANT coming through to third. We'll definitely be getting the results. It's about just 20 minutes after 8 a.m. and making it just a couple of minutes left until 9 a.m. when Justice Simon Byabakama comes on to give us an update of the second officially released provisional results of the elections and statistics as they stand from the votes that you cast as a Ugandan. Right now, I'm going to have a conversation with the former or outgoing chairperson of the National Youth League, and that is Jacob Ayeru, who is also an active NRM youth leader. And what we're looking at this morning is observing peace during and after elections, especially given the fact that Uganda is 75% youth populated. That means the biggest population of Uganda are youth. It's young people taking on the mantle to move Uganda to its next stage of growth as a nation. So in this election, that means that a big number of the youth have voted, and we want to see what he has observed, what he expected, and what has come out of what he has expected, and generally to have this conversation. Good morning, Jacob Ayeru.
Good morning, and it's a pleasure to be here.
All right.
Just to correct, it's the National Youth Council.
National Youth
I was
Council.
chairperson, yes.
Right. Pardon me on that. Indeed, he's the outgoing chairperson of the National Youth Council. Let's start from what you have observed as a person from yesterday's events.
Well, first of all, I want to congratulate the people of Uganda on a largely peaceful election. We have had very few reports of disturbances here and there, and as is expected with any election. But by and large, this election cycle has gone by in a very peaceful manner on voting day, and we are more than happy. We want to encourage Ugandans to keep it that way. As the results trickle in, talk to your official agents, talk to your friends over the phone, and please do not spread wrong information. Let's keep the peace so we can have this done and dusted and remain with the unity of communities.
Indeed, there's even no way of spreading the wrong information, seeing as many Ugandans are off of the internet. But let's look at a few pocket incidences that took shape in regards to insecurities here and there. We did watch the spokesperson of the police say that so far at that time, they had made arrests of about 400 people countrywide in regards to insecurities. I, for one, did witness a bit of insecurities where I voted, from police, army men, bullets in the sky. And of course, on ground, there were many young people, energy, a lot of young energy. What would you have to say in regards to that, especially to the youth that are very active in this election?
You see, there is such a thing as responsible journalism for journalists and a code of ethics. But for politicians, there does not seem to be a point where you stop in trying to achieve what you're trying to achieve. And so we might need to have this conversation as a country. What can you say when you are campaigning? What does it trigger in the country? Because what you're talking about is a result of a carefully planned campaign by especially the leader of opposition and a candidate for National Unity Platform, to say we must rise up, we must, you know, first of all, without even the rhetoric of a political leader, elections are already an emotional issue. People have spent money and they all want to win, but there's only one seat. So when you look at members of parliament contests, people spend north of 500 million Ugandan shillings. There is nowhere you're going to get that money in salary in 1 year, except perhaps, I don't know the salaries in parliament, but maybe perhaps there. But if after spending that money, someone adds the concern of please do not accept the results when they are not in your favor, that's the result you end up with. The law provides for how people can engage in vote protection. Every polling station would have an accredited agent per candidature. So not just that the member of parliament candidate for that place will have an agent, but you also have the guarantee of a presidential candidate having an agent. You also have the guarantee of a voter register that is imagized. In other words, if you want to see that it's a Yeru who is voting as an agent, you can see by face. It's not just by a crafting of a national ID and I give it, you know, you can tell by the photo on the physical present voter register at your polling station. So some of these rage baits, in other words, these things that people say to inspire anger, are usually in anticipation of a result not going their way, and they say, what is option B? And unfortunately for us, plan B usually affects Uganda, plan B usually takes lives, and plan B can affect the cohesion in community. And that's why some of us will insist, please, once you've voted, if you want to stay at the polling station, the law has guidance on that, 20 meters away. When I was, after casting my vote in Kamuda sub-county in Soroti district, on my way back, I could see that during counting, some polling stations were engulfed through eastern Uganda. Polling stations in Namutumba, polling stations partly in Iganga, in Bugweri, those that are along the road. You could see that people are surrounding the perimeter of a polling station fully. And so you wonder then, that is that the 20 meters? Are there no candidate agents in there? If the result doesn't go the way of the majority of the people who are engulfing them. Because if we are 500 voters, but 100 can engulf, and those 100 perhaps are mobilized voters for the person who has lost, the 400 have gone home and they have won. Will this 100 accept, if they ask who did you vote, who did you, will they accept that result? Even if they see it, they could decide to run down the electoral process. So rhetoric must be responsible. We must know that elections are an emotive issue, and once we say some things, their repercussions actually come. We reap what we sow. But I am very happy that security is taking measures. I am hoping, we are hearing reports also, like you have also rightly put, some places had to have gunshots to disperse crowds. I hope no one is losing lives in this situation.
Unfortunately, they are.
I am told we have lives lost in Luero.
Even the very same place I've mentioned.
Yes.
Two lives were reported.
And that's what I'm saying, that
lost,
this is the result of irresponsible rhetoric by political actors. And so we want to encourage all Ugandans to keep the peace. Elections can always produce a winner, but as much as they produce winners, they also produce losers. So everybody must have a responsibility to keep the peace.
And in that same spirit, just share what you think youth should do, or how they can be more involved in the narrative and ideology of building peace as opposed to just being mere participators.
Firstly, I think everywhere across the country, if there is a situation of restlessness, the fastest, most agile people to execute it are young people.
Right.
If you need to cane people, young people will find the tools within the next second. If you need to pay someone to cane people, young people are the most available. And so young people are central to the actions of restlessness, to the actions of protest, to the actions of the lack of peace. And we want to continue to persuade our young people that this country is a product of a lot of bloodshed, and that blood should not have been shed in vain. Let us decide for whom we have decided while maintaining the community cohesion going forward. The burials that will take place in our communities. If people die because of which leader should go through, the burials will take place in our communities. And want to encourage young people that if you have gone through an electoral process that is verifiable, okay? Verification means that you were allowed to have agents at the polling station. Verification means that your political party, whoever you were supporting, had the opportunity to look at the voters' register before the electoral period. And I want to confirm that all political parties, including the leading opposition political party of the National Unity Platform, were handed physical copies of the National Voters Register. I have had some people spread the rumor that BVVK, the biometric voter verification kits, were not working in some places. That's very true. They were working in other places, like in my place, they worked. That's also very true. But you need to check rhetoric. What is the intention of saying one part of the story? Because the voter verification in a polling station was not just by the BVVK machines. You also had a physical copy of an imagized voter register. So if you have a Yeru Jacob, for example, as a voter in Oyomai Primary School in Kamuda sub-county, those people around that polling station were supposed to see that name, see that face on physical paper and compare with the person they are looking at. That is the polling agent. That is also the EC staff, and as well as the operators on that table. So let us look at the technology failing, but not forget that the process is verifiable. What the kit was supposed to do was also being done manually. And this is not the first time that the world is having a verifiable process without technology. Some people have talked about the internet, and I agree. All of us were inconvenienced. The internet was not available only to certain sections of the public. It was available to all of us. But we must also understand what the cost of an internet that is spreading, that has a capacity to spread wrong information in 1 minute can do to a country where the campaign tool of a section of that community has been that we must insist that we have
Allow
won.
me interject there.
Yes.
In regards to the internet. The very day the internet was switched off, and in fact it was even very abrupt in the switching off of the internet. A lot of interruption in there happened. Obviously, Uganda being 75% young,
yes,
populated, it means that many young people depend on the internet for earnings.
Yes.
And that means in this season, a lot is being shaken. And there were conversations, of course, on ground of, don't you think this is actually affecting the vote of the ruling party right now, with all the candidates who are behind the ruling party? You are the active NRM youth leader. What did you think about this in that moment? And don't you think it actually affected the vote ultimately, where someone went to the polling station with the frustration of their earning being cut off, internet being cut off, their livelihood being cut off, and in that moment, the decision is an emotional decision out of a frustration?
Well, that is one, I would like to say, shallow way of looking at the matter, that someone votes because of 1 day's or earning being either present or absent. And I want to give you the context. The internet, by the communication of the Uganda Communications Commission, went off at exactly 6 p.m.
Yes.
On the final day of campaigning. But also campaigns were mandated to stop at 6 p.m. So in reality, the internet went off after the official campaigning schedule of any candidate was done and dusted by law. When you put that into context, there was nothing else to say to voters beyond that, at least legally. That's number one. Number two, the internet is both an opportunity for spreading our message of peace for those of us that love peace, but also an opportunity to destabilize the communities and the cohesion of communities by spreading false information. And I want to give you a valid example. The member of parliament representing the people of Mityana, I think Mityana municipality, the Honorable Zake Francis, posted a video about a month and a half ago on his verified Twitter account, now called X, a video that was showing the police caning to the point of such disgust for any viewer, caning people on a border for wearing the National Unity Platform attire. That video spread so fast, that tweet spread so fast, that even I was saying, no, I think I need to say something, even though I'm NRM, we must say, no, this is not how police should act. Not more than 30 minutes later, the video had already received about 200,000 viewers on his account alone. Forget the people who have shared it. 30 minutes, that is the spread of the internet's capacity.
Right.
In that, no, I want to make this point. In that 30 minutes, we found out that that is actually a deepfake video created by AI. The policeman, for those who knew how to analyze, was walking into another human being and disappearing. So that video, for the impact it created emotionally, if you have 10,000 of those videos created for that purpose, and each of them is reaching an average of even just 1,000 people, those are 1 million annoyed Ugandans already. You need to be very careful with how you use the internet. And at the risk of credible people like Honorable Zake spreading false information, we can do with a day's earning.
Indeed. And I do hear you on that, especially when it comes to the problem of AI and deep fake. Now, in just a bit, we're hearing from the Kampala Tally Center at Kololo with our colleague Daniel Mugoya, who's there to give us an update of what's transpiring with the statistics coming from that side. Over to you, Daniel. get in touch with Daniel to analyze and, of course, have the sound in sync so that we get effective results and a response from that side. But in the meantime, let's continue with our conversation with Jacob Ayer, who is the outgoing chairperson of the National Youth Council, and he is an active NRM youth leader. Some of the pointers that I've taken from the conversation that we're having thus far is that as a youth, learn to check the rhetoric of the one inciting you and speaking to you. What is behind what they are saying? At the end of the day, it might be you to suffer the consequences and not them directly. And of course, the use of social media, misuse of social media, where he cited an example of Honorable Uzake, who put up a deep fake video that definitely emotionally aroused many Ugandans, yet from the wrong perspective. Now, feed coming in is that Daniel Mugoya is ready, and the tech team has been able to... Right. As we wait to hear from Daniel Mugoya, let's in the meantime continue our conversation. The conversation is observing peace during and after elections. And of course, we are looking at this from a perspective of the youth. Uganda is 75% by population, 75% populated by young people. And it's important and imperative that we pay attention to what the young people feel, think, and have to say. Well, I see Daniel Mugoya on the screen, and I believe that the tech team has been able to solve the issue of syncing sound. So let's head straight to Daniel Mugoya, who is at the Kampala Tally Center in Kololo. Over to you, Daniel.
Hello? In the studio. I am here at Kololo Independence Ceremonial Grounds. This is exactly the tallying center of Kampala district, which was set up to ensure that the exercise is concluded smoothly. Like I said earlier, that we camped here by yesterday around 10 p.m. But by close to 2 a.m., that was when the recording of results started by different polling assistants. Of course, like I have said, the tents here were set up according to the divisions, the 5 divisions in Kampala, and that is Machinde, Central, Kawempe, Nakawa, and others. So the recording of results has been smoothly done since yesterday night, and what I can tell is that the candidates and their agents started arriving here as early as 1 a.m. But yesterday, as the candidates were arriving, they came putting on a winning smile. Like everyone was putting on a very, 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 very convincing smile. But what I just noticed this morning as I tried to move around the tents, the smiles in some of the faces of the candidates have started to disappear. I don't know how, but they have started to disappear. So this really implies that by close to 7 a.m. in the morning, some of the results were disappointing to some candidates, and I have seen almost most of the opposition members trying to capture the winning smile. But what I can also confirm is that the returning officer of Kampala district, and that is Muhasia Rashid. Muhasia Rashid told us that one of the delays is that one of the reasons for the delays is that the results were coming in slowly from the parishes, and that is the parishes of Kampala. Most of the exercise in these parishes ended late, so that's why some of the results were coming in slowly. But they assured us that within the legal provision, that's the time which is provided by the law, they will conclude the exercise to ensure that they don't go outside the deadline. So they are trying their much to make sure that everything moves smoothly, Julie. So I'm going to be speaking to some of the candidates who are here to tell us not how the results are being relayed, because the returning officer has not yet declared the results, but how they are experiencing the environment and maybe also whatever is happening and how they are seeing the process. So with me here right now is the leader of opposition, who is also the candidate for Nakawa West constituency, Joel Senyonyi. I want him to just give us a brief of the experience, how he witnessed the exercise and how he's following the proceedings here right now. Good morning, Honorable.
Good morning. How are you?
I am okay. I don't know whether you are fine as well.
I am okay.
Yesterday when you walked in, as usual, in such moments you normally move with your wife, and I saw you comfortably with your wife, but I looked at your smile. It was having a winning, like you put on a stature of a winning, like someone who has already won. So, but when I looked at you this morning, as if you are trying to be confused, I don't know. Are you getting me wrongly or?
As if trying to be confused. I hope you don't confuse yourself, my friend. Anyway, no, we are tired. I mean, we spent the whole day yesterday running up and down, running after people trying to steal ballot boxes and so on. Then we spent the whole night here. Then we are still here. So, yeah, we are tired. That explains the look on my face.
When you say you are tired, does this mean that you are tired of the process or you are tired of waiting?
Okay, let me talk about the serious issues now, aside from my face and whether I'm tired or not. Look, this election was known about 5 years ago. But we have gotten into it as if we got to know about it just last week. That shows you the incompetence of this government. Extreme incompetence. The machines that they were saying this is now the panacea to our country's democracy. Some of us said, look, we want the electronic growth. But once bitten, twice shy. These same machines were used in 2021 elections. They failed to work. They were used in the census. They failed to work. We said, what new magic wand are you going to wave around? But as you saw, by midday, many polling stations people had not even voted. We spent billions of taxpayers' money to purchase those machines. Now that has gone down the drain. Incompetence of the highest order. Many polling stations, our agents being told, now you stand the other side, you don't have to follow what's happening and so on across the country. Agents picked up, arrested and so on. If this government, and look, I am now taking it beyond just my constituency. Yeah, yes, I am winning in my constituency because of such a fight yesterday. Some of you media were with me. You go here, they are parading police officers to vote. It was a fight everywhere. But there's many places where people cannot even try and put up that fight on their own, yeah? If you say that as a government you are popular, you are loved, why not ensure that the voice of the people gets to matter? That's what we are saying. When you steal votes, when you try and tinker with the process, ballot stuffing, intimidation and all of those different things, it shows, number one, incompetence, like I have said, and number two, you are not useful to the people. They are tired of you. So you have to force yourself on them. That's what this government of yours keeps doing.
Honorable, someone would say that competence might take it to be both parties, because when you say the other party was not competent enough, but how are you also trying to make sure your side was competent enough and prepared enough for the exercise? So why would you rush to quickly blame the other side?
What's your name again?
My name is Daniel.
Daniel, who organizes this election?
Electoral Commission.
So that's your answer to the question you have asked.
Okay, Honorable, I was speaking to the returning officer of Kampala district like few hours ago, and he rightfully told me that even after the exercise turned to the old ways, it was successful, and they just had few challenges which could not fail the integrity of the process. So when you speak like this, then it is contrary. But let us look at the environment, what is going on here at Kololo Independence Grounds. What do you explain whatever you've seen and whatever you've heard?
Look, the national election is beyond what's happening here in Kampala, because even here you see many people scheming. They are losing, NRM folks, but they are here scheming, saying, okay, they have won me, but by not very many votes. How can I play around with the math? It's what's happening in many different parts of the country, and it's precisely what I've been saying, yeah? When you say you are loved by the people, so why do you have to steal votes? Why do you have to behave like a thug? Because that's what this government is doing. It's very, very unfortunate. Yeah, you superintend over a process that is free and fair. Let the people decide. And Daniel, an election is not just an event. Some of you make a mistake to think that the election happens as it did yesterday. No, an election is a process, beginning with consultations, if they get to happen, then campaigns. Just look at the kind of brutal campaign we have had. People have been killed, many have been injured, many are in jail. You know, our candidate not allowed to go and campaign in districts where he's scheduled to campaign. That's part of the process. So when you are stopping somebody from going out to campaign, because you know that it's going to expose the rot of your government, the things that you have failed to do, and then you say, all is well, what you're saying, they have said everything is okay and so on. An election is a process, not just an event. Daniel.
So, Honorable, like, okay, let us look at what we expect from these results. Why don't we first wait for the results and then maybe compile a few of the hiccups, and then you can use the right legal channel, like the court. You can petition court if you have enough evidence that the integrity of the election, the process was compromised.
Daniel, you ask that question again and make sure you listen to yourself this time round. Go for it.
Honorable, why don't you wait for the process to end and then you can take legal actions?
So what am I doing now? Because as if you have found me with a stone, I want to beat someone and you're saying, no, you wait and go to. So what are you asking?
Someone out there might misquote you to take you as trying to bring a premature argument right now that the process is not yet done, but you're already blaming the process. So I don't know. Yeah.
Daniel, be attentive as I answer, because a few seconds ago I just said that